Welcome into day 2 of NFL free agency, or at least the legal tampering period, excuse me. I am Tom Downey here with you guys for at least the next few hours as we break down all the moves that have happened, the ones that probably will happen while we're live, and also discussing the top free agents left on the market. So are you guys enjoying free agency so far? Type Y for yes, type N for no. I know Seahawks Cowboys fans saying no because they've done really nothing so far there. But get your votes in. I'll give some shout-outs too as I adjust my monitor. Don't mind me. So I can read better. Jason says why. Bam Troll says why. Dale says why. Ian Mills says no. I'm sorry to hear that, Ian. And Trezzy, who also say no. Big Play Slay says, dude, I'm in class. Tom, you always have to disturb me. Hey, you don't have to pay attention in class. It's fine, I think. Back to Bucket says why. Juan Hernandez says why. Chase says N. Mark says N. Big Play Slay says N. That's right. Eagles not having much action in free agency either, which isn't a huge surprise. Jacob says yes. Isaac says yes. Jason says yes. Just Do Things Z says hate the Patriots. Okay. Spencer says absolutely. Go Jags in the comments. And Big Play Slay says hell no as an Eagles fan. Ruthless Monks, though, his Chiefs fan, says yes. A super chat just came in, by the way, from Jack Bishop. He says Raiders sign Clowney, JuJu, Richard Sherman, or Cowboys corner. I don't know how to say his name. That is Chidobe Awuzie, who is actually already signed, so cross him off the list. The Raiders made a big-time splash move I love, by the way, in getting Yannick Ngakoue. I don't know if they'll also add Clowney. We'll see where Sherman ends up going. I know that both JuJu and Sherman had been linked to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, we're doing something different with St. Patrick's Day almost here. Do you guys like green beer? We've not looked to see how this looks on air, by the way, because I have some green beer right here. As you can tell, it is transparent as can be because there is a green screen behind me. Let me do it this way. Try and put the white beer can in. I didn't do anything either. Yeah, there we go. Green beer right here. So we're doing some fun things. The bosses told me I'm allowed to get drunk on green beer if there are the correct amount of super chats. So we'll break down our super chat menu here in just a second for you guys. But get your votes in if you like green beer. 1 for yes, 0 for no. Now, for any dollar super chat that comes in during today's show, we'll give you guys a shout out as we always do, right? $5 super chat, I get to drink some green beer. So bottoms up with it's green. You just can't really tell because there's a green screen behind me. If I hold it up against my chest, it's a little bit easier to see. That looks better there as I rep the Texas Longhorns today. Bottoms up. And for a $15 super chat, we've got the roulette wheel as well. We'll do a spin and do something dumb. Now, I have absolutely no idea what's in here. I have no idea what's been submitted. All I know is that everyone on the Chat Sports staff is in here in some capacity. So whatever we do, we'll find out once we get some $15 super chats. All right, another super chat from Mr. Lubo. There's your shout out, my man. Possible the Cowboys sign someone today or tomorrow. I mean, the Cowboys are going to sign somebody. It's just not going to be the big-time free agent we've all coveted for years now with this organization. So a similar question this time for you guys. Who do you want your team to sign? Get your votes in the comments section. I'll give some shout-outs here as well. Who do you want your team to go sign? Of course, the available free agents out there, which we'll also break down here in just a little bit. I'll give some shout-outs here as these flow in on top of that for who you want your team to sign. Bam Troll says Keanu Neal. You're a Vikings fan, right, Bam? I think that's the case. I'm not entirely sure. Jacob says JuJu to the Ravens. I like that fit. Mari says Curtis Samuel could be any number of teams on that one. Anthony Harris for the Raiders. I like that fit. Chris Carson. I see the Bears and Wilson. Okay, I like that idea. Another JuJu Ravens. Panthers for Kyle Rudolph. We haven't really talked about the Panthers that much, or even Kyle Rudolph there. I like that fit, though. Someone you could bring in as a stopgap, and if you find a quarterback, you could still take a tight end early in the NFL draft as well. Panthers for Anthony Harris as well. Raiders for Kyle Long. I like that. Shanav, our resident Broncos fan, along with producer Sam, too, says a freaking linebacker. It's all he wants. Okay. Maybe you take one at 9. Just throwing that out there as a possibility. Kyle says Patriots and re-signing David Anderson. Eric says Richard Sherman to the Cowboys. I see Clowney to the Lions. Earl Thomas to the Cowboys. There we go. Eagles get Keenan Cole. I like that. Or Keelan Cole. That's a good idea. That's a cheaper option, but fills a need. That's a clever option there, my friend. Tom says Zach Ertz traded to the Bills. It's a good idea. Kenny Golladay to the Patriots as they get even more in there. Jamal Williams to the Jets. Eagles Curtis Samuel. JuJu or A.J. Green to the Raiders. I saw some receiver questions. So, as we get ready for the top free agents out there, who's the better receiver? Pick one for me of the big three, quote-unquote, left on the open market. Type K, just type J for Kenny Golladay. Type, or G, God, 0 for 2. How embarrassing there. Half a sip of beer down, and I'm all over the place. F for Will Fuller. S for JuJu Smith-Schuster. Get your votes in here. G, F, or S. And I will give shout-outs here as well. Fuller's got the bit of a suspension. JuJu began his career the best, but kind of tapered off a little bit there. And then Golladay, when healthy, I think is awesome. That's my vote there. I see mostly G's coming in here. Keep those coming. G, F, or S. Another super chat from Mr. Lubo, the shout-out variety. Is Keanu Neal a possibility? He isn't really a big signing. I think it is because of the familiarity. This is to the Cowboys, of course, with Dan Quinn. But it also does not fix your free safety position, and that's a bit of a red flag for me. All right, Joshua Height, a $5 super chat, or at least close enough to it. Bottoms up. I love green beer. I'll tell my green beer stories later on in today's show. Seahawks bidding to get Fournette. You think they get him? We will discuss that more in depth in a little bit, so stay tuned on that one there. Also, who will they sign to replace Shaq Griffin? That's a great question. I have no idea. Maybe we'll do a full video on that on our Seahawks channel. I don't know what they're going to do there. If they can keep maybe Quentin Dunbar, maybe they don't actually bring back anybody. And then he also mentions possibly signing Austin Blythe for left guard. I would wonder if Blythe, who was the Rams center last year, actually just plays center. But one of those spots, I do think he makes a lot of sense, especially given his familiarity with the new offensive coordinator in Seattle, Shane Waldron, who also came over from the LA Rams. Speaking of the Seahawks, I know you guys don't like it, as I also want to shout out Alex Griffin's $2 super chat. What's the percent chance the Seahawks trade Russell Wilson, meaning this offseason? They do that, let's say, in the next 2 weeks or somewhere in that time frame. What's the percent chance? I'll give some shout-outs here as these end up flowing in. But the percent chance that Seattle trades Russell Wilson, I think it's pretty low. Mateo says 69%, which is technically always the correct answer. I see 1, 16, several zeros coming in. 20%, a 40%, a 45, 25, 45. A lot of zeros. The zeros are not the majority, but they certainly are the plurality of this vote here. I see a 50, a 20, a 10, an 80% chance from Alex Griffin. Wow. Several 69s. God, I love you guys. 16, 25, 50, 79, 13, 58, 80, 69 again, and then a couple 1% chance flowing in as well. So I appreciate that, folks. What I want you guys to do is grade your team's free agency, at least so far. A, B, C, D, or F. And also, keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We have our free agency tracker back up and running. All the deals that have been signed, we'll scroll them across throughout today's show at the bottom of your screen. So just keep your eye on that one then. So grade your team's free agency. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, as we did have several super chats come in already. So let's get to those before we get the show fully going here. From Mark. Hey, Tom, how are you? Are the Packers or Vikings doing anything significant to make any other moves? We'll get back to that one here from Mark there. The Vikings, of course, made the big-time move to go add Dalvin Tomlinson. I don't know if the Packers or maybe receiver are going to be that active since they already paid Aaron Jones. All right, PJ says, did the Patriots make any other moves? Probably. They love to be aggressive. So I would not be surprised if they did. Let me take some more sips of beer here. All right. Super chat from Zaragoza now. I also threw in a $15 one. Just says spin it. So we'll do that one from Zaragoza. Getting off screen. Let me put it over here. It'll look better. Spinning it as I spin that there. Spencer Riggs threw in which team goes from last to first and which team has the biggest fall from grace. I'd be worried about the Saints at least a little bit because it might be a bit of a reset year for this organization. All right, it was Black 26. This is 10 squats. That's lame. Everyone say boo Mitchell Renz in the comments for just having me do 10 squats. So, okay, I'll do that. Scoot back a little bit here. 10 squats is not very much. Like, this is very boring TV. Very boring. Dale Webb just threw in a super chat here as I will need another beer. What are the chances the Raiders sign Kyle? And I was not counting whatsoever. I have no idea how many I'm in here. Oh, let's keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. Make it more interesting. Dale says, what are the chances that the Raiders sign Kyle Long? I'd say pretty high. They're having him in for the workout today. So I'd say 65? Somewhere in that range? Yeah, there we go. I can hear the audience outside of the studio laughing at me. Audience, go get me a beer. How about that? Because I'm out. Bottoms up. We're one beer down here. Thank you, Alex Griffin, by the way, for today's super chat as well. So Griffin's thrown in a couple bucks. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. All right, that was definitely more than 10, so I'm going to call it there. All right, what we've got coming up for you guys on today's show, a bunch of different things. Free agency updates, mostly. We'll do some mailbags as well. So if you want us to get this show going, like the video for me. I would greatly appreciate that because we got 644 people watching live right now, and yet somehow 100 likes. That's pretty low. That is a disappointment. Oh, now 131, getting back up there. I like that. I think we can get to 200. I think so. Producer Sam says we can. I agree. I almost burped loudly. That would have been bad. 185, 680. Okay. 682. 204. There you go. Producer Sam, you did it. You did it. So reminder of what we got coming up for you guys. There's a lot of different stuff in there as Mark Mulo throws in a $5 super chat as well and just says, keep it up. Super chat menu reminder, $5, I will drink beer. 15 will spin the roulette wheel. Coming up on NFL Daily, right? We will break down the top free agents left. We will also do our live mailbags, meaning if you use hashtag NFL or you super chat, we'll bring your question up on air and discuss it. We will also break down our NFL free agency tracker. All the moves that have happened, we'll recap them. That way you know what's going on. From Epic Gaming 8, by the way, one of these other super chats that just came in. Shout out Epic there. Will the Eagles sign Curtis Samuel or Marvin Jones? You know, I love the idea behind doing that. I just don't think that it's all that likely. I think that in the end, the Eagles aren't going to spend big on free agency because I think Samuel and Jones will find themselves priced out of the Eagles market. So I love the idea behind it. I just think it's going to be too expensive for what Philadelphia wants. Either way, today's live NFL Daily Show is coming up in depth for several hours right now. Hello, friends. I am Tom Downey here to break down everything going on around the NFL free agency legal tampering period, which is back up and running. So first, let's recap some of the moves that have happened as of late. The tracker, if you will. We'll go rapid fire. I'm not going to mention all of them, though. I like the Kevin Zeitler move, by the way. 3 years, 22.5. Big pickup for the Ravens. Shaq Barrett came in as a steal for Tampa Bay. The Patriots got JuJu Smith, and we're kind of going from oldest to newest here. There are a lot of players the Patriots have gone out and added. JuJu Smith was the first big one right there, a 4-year, $50 million deal. They also brought in Devin Godchow, and I'll make a note here. A lot of these deals are the up to figure. 2 years up to $16 million is the price tag for Godchow there, which probably means some of their other free agents on the defensive line are on their way out. Texans made some moves. Andre Roberts, Kim Kruger-Hill. Patriots also paid big money to Matthew Judon and Jalen Mills. Dolphins added a punter, which, okay, cool, whatever. That doesn't really mean too much in the end for the Dolphins there, because it's a punter. Gerard Davis, by the way, was a pretty intriguing move. The Jets gave him quite a bit of money. I wonder what ends up happening with C.J. Mosley. So who is the biggest free agent winner thus far? Get your votes in for me in the comment section, and we'll give some shout-outs here. Who's the biggest winner thus far? I like what the Chiefs did. It was obviously only one move, but I was a big fan of that addition. Going out and getting a impact offensive lineman, one of the best ones in free agency, structuring the deal so it's fairly cheap in year one, and being able to remain ultra aggressive while they have this quarterback named Patrick Mahomes, perhaps you heard of. I see a lot of Patriots in there. I mean, from a money spent perspective, I certainly get it. Like, that makes a lot of sense for the Patriots. I don't mind that one. Browns, I see that coming in from Chase Graff. Steelers are in there. I don't know about that. I think the Patriots, if not the outright majority, are definitely winning the plurality of the votes there. Someone mentioned Browns. They did go out and get John Johnson on a 3-year, almost $34 million deal. I anticipate more multiple safety sets. I'm talking 3 safeties or even more potentially for the Browns this year under DC Joe Woods. All right, some more moves. Dietrich Wise brought back with the Patriots. Samson Buckham to the Niners. Interesting move there. Malik Collins somehow got more money from the Houston Texans than what the Raiders paid him last year, even though he wasn't actually all that great. Corey Linsley goes to the Chargers, a significant move on that one. 5 years, $62.5 million to help protect Justin Herbert. Shelby Harris goes back to producer Sam's Broncos. He's a big-time fan of that one as well. So I like that one for the Chargers. I like that one for the Broncos, too. 2 good moves for those organizations. I love the Yannick Ngakoue deal, by the way. 2 years, fully guaranteed, $26 million. Heck yeah. You can't manipulate the cap all that much, but it's a good move by the Raiders. Like that deal a lot more than Nelson Aguilar or Leonard Floyd getting a lot of money from the LA Rams. Ronald Darby gets paid by the Denver Broncos, 3 years, $30. Gronk is back in Tampa on a 1 year, $10 million. That, from a cap perspective, is a 4-year deal that voids. I think it's 4 years. Might actually be 5. Either way, it voids after year 1, so it's not the full $10 million cap hit in that first season. Get your votes in here for me. What is the best free agent signing thus far? I might go with the Yannick Ngakoue move to the Raiders. I think getting him at $13 million, less than what Trey Flowers got from the Raiders, is awesome. I think that's a really good move by Las Vegas to get them an impact, actual, reliable, I'd argue, number 1 edge. Yannick and Max Crosby on the edges, it's really good. It's a really good 1-2 punch there. So let me know what you guys think in the comment section. The best free agent signing thus far. All right, now to some of the more late-night deals from Monday night, of course. Corey Davis to the Jets, 3 years, $37.5 million. Look at that. The Jets actually got somebody. It's a good move. Devontae Booker, for reasons Michael Davis, still don't know the contract details on that one. One of the more interesting moves thus far, which I'm just going to say confused by. Bud Dupree, 5 years, $82.5 million. It's a lot of money. That's a lot more than what other guys got. Carl Lawson goes to the Jets. They finally got an edge rusher. I like what the Jets have done so far. Winston back on a 1-year deal worth up to $12 million. Cap hit-wise, might be closer to like 5 or 6. Vikings got Dalvin Tomlinson, 2 years, $22 million. The Bengals got Trey Hendrickson, who's not as good as Carl Lawson, I believe, but on a 4-year, $60 million deal. Fitzmagic is headed back up north to Washington, a 1-year, $10 million deal worth up to $12 million. He'll probably start for Washington. Does not preclude them from adding an impact quarterback in the draft. Hunter Henry, as the Patriots try to recapture that 2 tight end magic, he's also going to the Patriots. Chidobe Awuzie to the Bengals on a 3-year deal, which at this point, we don't know what the details are in terms of the money, but he's to Cincinnati. It means William Jackson probably gone. Tyus Bowser is the big one here. 4 years, $27 million to the Ravens, or I should say re-signing with the Ravens. Some other moves with the Jaguars. They've been pretty active, right? Rashawn Jenkins, 4 years, $35 million. Shaquille Griffin, they poached him from the Seahawks, 3 years, $44.5. Big-time bucks there. And they also, by the way, added Tyson Alualu over from the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 2-year, $6 million deal. The Jags have added a couple defensive linemen. The focus of those guys in the end is probably going to be to help build a rotation among the defensive line. So it's not a glaring need, but if you wanted to, you could draft someone in round 1 like maybe Christian Barmore. Just throwing that out there as a possibility. So who do you think is the biggest loser so far of NFL free agency? We'll get to the Super Chats here in a second because I got to drink more beer because I got it right here. Let me pour some more in. And also got to give some shout-outs as these flow in as well. I see Dallas from Trezzy. Probably fair. Waiting for more to flow in. Dallas says another Cowboys. Seahawks Raiders as the loser? I disagree. Titans? I agree. Seahawks, Dallas, Bears. That's like the vast majority. It's either Cowboys, Seahawks, or Bears all flowing in there. So keep those coming. Who the biggest loser of free agency is. From Mark Mello, poor character, lifting some weights, saying keep it up. Yeah. I see. Okay, I get it now. Emojis do not translate well from from YouTube to our graphic. It's the actual emoji of the player guy lifting up. So I thought he's making fun of my squat form, which also would have been very fair. Bottoms up to you, Mark. Alex Griffin, $2. What do you think of Trey Turner to the Green Bay Packers? You know, Turner was not that good this year, but if you're going to move Elton Jenkins to center, I do think Turner could make some sense as a guard target for the Green Bay Packers. So we'll see what they end up doing, but I think that could absolutely be an option for Green Bay. Burnin' Spades throws in the roulette wheel. Super chat, $15. So I'll put it over here so it's actually visible. I'll spin it right now as it spins. Thoughts on Matt going back to the Brownies to retire with his original team and Falcons replace him in the draft or in free agency? Keep up all the great work. So from the Falcons' perspective, yes, I think they're going to. The Browns already paid J.C. Tretter, so I don't really see why they'd spend money on Alex Mack. All right, this came in at red 14. It is. Oh, no. You guys can't read it. I didn't get it close enough. Oh, you can't read it. It says producer Sam shot. Oh, you hate to see it. Yeah, we'll get the shot in here. We'll get to this super chat here as producer Sam's going to get ready to go get the shot and everything here, and he'll come on up. Robert Andre, $5. Bottoms up. Thank you, Robert. And then I do want to get to Dale Witz. I don't have any shots here. You have to go get it. Bottoms up. I want you slurring your words by the end of the show. I don't know if we're going to get that far. Also, the rest of the studio just heard that Sam's got to do a shot here, so that's pretty funny. I don't know if we're going to get that far. But if you guys keep throwing in $5 super chats, I'm pretty sure there is a Tom shot in here somewhere. So we'll do that. But as promised, producer Sam, going to do his shot here. I'll slide over out of the way. Yeah, all right. That's Fireball, by the way, folks. Fireball. Went with the tall shot glass. Major respect. That's close enough to full. Yeah. There you go. Bottoms up for producer Sam. Good job. No face. Good job, Sam. There you go. Again, $15 super chat, and we'll do the roulette wheel spin here again for you guys. There were some other super chats I wanted to get to as well. Where's the Jaeger app, by the way? I love Jaeger. Let's get to Hear Ye, it's King J. What do you think of DT? He says Marcus Brown. I'm pretty sure you meant Malcolm Brown, the Saints guy. If you want a rotational run stopper, that's your guy. I think that makes plenty of sense for a team in that market. I think the Cowboys could have interest. You know, if the Raiders lose Jonathan Hankins, he could be a fit there. Seattle, if they don't want to pay Poona Ford down the road, could also maybe be a fit. Probably not this year. Maybe that's more of a next year move. But if you're looking for a run-stopping defensive tackle who's going to be a solid but not great player and should be pretty cheap, I think Malcolm Brown absolutely fits that mold. All right, super chat from Dale Webb. Trade producer Sam for a third-round pick. Bottoms up to that. Kenny Golladay or JuJu to the Raiders. Depends on what they're looking for. Let me put it this way to you, Dale. Do you think Bryan Edwards is going to be a piece for this team? If the answer is yes, I'm probably not going to go with Kenny Golladay because I think I can get someone in that similar mold. Or I have someone in that similar play style. If you want to upgrade from, more of a Hunter Renfrow type who can be slot or outside, of course, Renfrow is more of a pure slot, I do think JuJu Smith-Schuster could be a fit. The receiver market so far, little bit slow to develop at this point. Mr. Lubo, what did the Broncos getting Darby mean for their draft? I think it means they're not going corner in round 1. I don't know, Producer Sam, are you on board with that? Go ahead and talk. You have a headset.
I still hope they go corner round 1, if we're being honest. Because Darby's solid as. What?
Who are you benching then?
Ojemudia.
Okay.
Yeah, Callahan plays more in the slot. He's better there anyways.
Okay, that's fair. I would wonder if linebacker, though, now becomes their main focal point. Micah Parsons, if you trust the off-field, just throwing that out there as a possibility. All right, some more Super Chats coming in from the Tyron Smith. Gotta love the Cowboys' moves in free agency, am I right? Bottoms up. This is what the Cowboys do. Every year I talk myself into they'll spend money, and then they don't. They'll make some moves, but it'll be the Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 guys in free agency that may or may not work. Hopefully it's not a Ha-Ha Clinton Dix type of signing. From Dan, got the plan. Can you name a few options for the cheap Colts? Good question. I think receiver makes sense. Are they going to bring back T.Y. Hilton? I don't think his market is going to be the way that I think he was previously hoping for. So I think that is certainly a possibility in terms of bringing him back in the end. I think they'll look at maybe a cornerback or two. I don't know if they're going to be able to retain Xavier Rhodes. Could they look for a Jordan Lewis? Bring over one of Matt Eberflus's former guys. I think that absolutely could make some sense. I don't know if that's a route they're going to pursue, but I think for the Colts, if Zach Ertz gets cut, I think he's going to be a strong option as well. Again, if you're looking at cheap options, it's probably not going to be the name you want, but hopefully a couple of those guys. Oh, I'll throw in two more at receiver. How about John Brown or Emmanuel Sanders? Veteran players who can kind of fit that type of mold for the Indianapolis Colts. Riley Reiff, you want to go with him at left tackle? I think that could certainly be an option there, but I appreciate all those super chats that came in there. So keep those coming throughout today's show, and make sure to give you guys super chats as well. From Nexus Wanderson, where do you think Fournette will go? Great question. We will discuss Fournette. It appears there are 3 teams in the mix. The Bucs, the Seahawks, and somehow the Patriots also still involved. So stay tuned. In a little bit, we'll discuss Fournette and a whole lot more on today's show. As a reminder to the 1,000 people watching live right now, $5 super chat, I will drink some of this green beer. You can kind of tell it's green, but when I hold it over here, it becomes invisible because that's a green wall behind me. So it goes invisible. That's how you know it's actually green. $15 super chat. We will also spin the roulette wheel. So just keep that in mind. All that stuff is coming up next on today's live show. Again, $1 super chat shout out. I see you, Nexus Wanderson. It's King J. We'll get to your super chat here in a little bit as well. So just stay tuned on that. We will get to all the super chats, I promise you, on today's show. We don't just want to make it a Q&A type of show. We're going to get to some news and some rumors and all that type of stuff coming up here in a little bit. So just stay tuned. Again, if you want the super chat, do it right now, and maybe I'll have to chug an entire bottle of beer here, since I got about half my second one left. But it's going to be a fun show. We hope everyone has some fun as well. So again, $1, shout out. $5, drink some green beer. $15, so I kind of block it a little bit, green beer, and then we'll do the roulette spin as well, because it's St. Patrick's Day, and that's going to be some fun as well. So stay tuned for a very long and, I think, fun show coming up on NFL Daily. Let's chat Seahawks here because they've lost some players and are also linked to some free agents out there on the open market. And we got all the latest Seahawks news here, beginning with the signing of Shaquille Griffin to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's agreed to a 3-year, $44.5 million. Now, there's some up to figures thrown in there, but there's $29 million guaranteed. The Seahawks, as a result, as far as I'm concerned, I think from a money perspective too, have lost their top free agent, which is pretty disappointing for Seattle. The reports were that they didn't offer a ton of money at the beginning, tried to offer more as things went along, and in the end, Griffin took more money to, in a way, kind of go back home to the state of Florida and get a big-time deal from Jacksonville. The Jags paid a premium for a corner they hope can pair with C.J. Henderson to form a dynamic duo on the outside. The Jags have been super aggressive in free agency thus far. Now, Griffin's been a bit inconsistent. He does have a Pro Bowl caliber season on his resume. But this past year, up and down, $62.1 million, 644 yards as well. 6 touchdowns, also picked off 3 passes. So for Seattle, now things are a little bit dicey because Quentin Dunbar, who was injured a lot this past year, is also a free agent. Marquise Blair, he's your nickel, or maybe it's Ugo Amadi, but neither is probably an outside corner. If they lose Dunbar, it's Trey Flowers and DJ Reed, and that's not good enough. So Seahawks fans, let me know in the comments. What is your panic level at right now? Seattle's made no moves. They've only lost some players, and they lost a big one in Shaquille Griffin. So rate this for me on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being you're not concerned at all, 10 being you are melting down and freaking out. Get your votes in. Rate it for me on a scale of 1 to 10. I do want to mention the other Shaq Griffin, Shaquem Griffin, has not been tendered by the Seattle Seahawks. So as a result, there's a pretty darn good chance he ends up in Jacksonville. He wants to play with his brother. It's going home. Of course, both guys went to Central Florida. I think that makes a lot of sense. So Griffin's tendering would have cost about $2 million. It's a lot of money to pay for a special team guy who spent some time on the practice squad this past year. So I'm not overly surprised by that, but both Griffins might be done in Seattle. I also want to go to KJ Wright. So the report from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN that the Seahawks are in serious discussions about a potential re-signing. Now, Wright has previously said he wants to stay in Seattle, but that he would not take a hometown discount. And I think for Wright, this is probably his last shot at a big-time significant contract. If Wright does not get the bag this year, with his age and the way the NFL works, they're ageist, he might not get it again. So Seattle is not going to get much of a discount. Now, maybe it's a $1 or $2 million, but going after and trying to re-sign KJ Wright for a team that has a limited amount of cap space, I'm just going to say it, is a bad decision. I love KJ Wright, the player. Please do not get me wrong there. I love him. He is a fantastic football player, and there were games last year where KJ Wright outplayed Bobby Wagner. But you've already paid Bobby Wagner, You drafted Jordan Brooks in round 1. For the most part, you're only going to play 2 linebackers. So you're going to have your first-round pick from last year be a part-time player as opposed to a full-fledged starter? I think that's a bad decision. Now, look, if you can get KJ Wright cheap, okay, totally different conversation. If you can get it for the Gerard Davis deal, okay, sure, that's fine. But if you're talking borderline 8, 9, 10 million over a multi-year deal, I think it's a bad call if you're Seattle. All right, free agency rumor now. The Seahawks, one of the few teams that have not signed an outside free agent, but they are interested in Leonard Fournette. The report from Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated. The Seahawks have made a quote-unquote strong bid to poach him from the Buccaneers. Now, Fournette in the playoffs, Lombardi Lenny, playoff Lenny, he was solid. Regular season Lenny, not great. Now, there are 3 teams that Breer has mentioned as being linked to Fournette. The Bucs, obviously, the Seattle Seahawks, and then the New England Patriots, which I find very interesting. Now, Breer did not mention the price tag on Fournette. It can't be that much. If you're paying him more than $5 million a year, even though he's a former first-round pick, he was not good in the regular season. Under 4 yards a carry. Yeah, he had 6 touchdowns. Disappointing production. But if you get playoff Fournette, playoff Lenny, he was a lot better. Averaged almost 5 yards a carry, 3 touchdowns, was vastly improved in the passing game. But that's dangerous, right? I do think this, by the way, if Russell Wilson made a big deal about getting offensive line help, and the Seahawks would then sign Fournette as they sign no offensive lineman, might not go over to it, but more on Wilson coming up, right? Chris Carson's a free agent. I am unsure if he's going to be back with this team. Rashad Penny, DJ Dallas, I actually meant to note that they re-signed Alex Collins, my bad on that one, folks, and Travis Homer, it's okay. Fournette might be the number 1 back if they bring him in, so get your votes in here. Should Seattle sign Leonard Fournette? Type in Y for yes or type in N for no. Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. I did want to mention the Seahawks trade stuff here with Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson, because how can you not, right? New York Daily News put out a report. Pete Carroll is high on Sam Darnold, and they could trade for him in the event that Russell Wilson is done. A couple notes, because this article got taken out of context pretty heavily, I think. Getting Darnold to Seattle would not mean that Wilson is dealt to the Jets. In fact, the hypothetical stuff that was mentioned in here was that Seattle trades Wilson somewhere else and then trades for Sam Darnold. Now, there have also been numerous reports from Ian Rappaport and others that Seattle's not really engaging in trade talks. That the yes teams have called, but so far, they're not really showing all that much interest in him. Carroll has praised Darnold before. They're both, of course, USC guys. They did not overlap whatsoever. The problem is, and this is me being blunt, he's not good. And I'm sorry. I know that Darnold was a top 5 pick and first rounder and had all this promise, and he's in a bad situation. He's never been good in the NFL. So if you think that you can have a different situation maximizes him, okay, I guess I get that. But Wilson to Darnold is a substantial downgrade in, frankly, every facet. No, by the way, if Darnold's good, then you got to pay him in a year anyway. Now, the New York Daily News mentioned 3 teams linked to Darnold. And I start to wonder if this article was helped pushed by the Jets organization, because Washington just signed Ryan Fitzpatrick, so cross them off the list. The Denver Broncos, I don't think are a fit with Drew Lock in place, and they're going to look for a veteran, if anything. The Niners, also per Rappaport, are not interested in Sam Darnold. So there are all the teams out of the way. And from that perspective, I don't get it. So look, I understand that the Russell Wilson trade rumors are going to continue to swirl. All right, and I get that until the Seahawks come out and say, we're not trading Russ, or the Seahawks restructure Wilson's deal, they're always going to be out there. I know Seahawks fans are annoyed by that, and I understand it too because it's kind of frustrating, right? But the reports are Seattle has answered trade calls, but they aren't really engaged in them. Now, if I were a team like the Bears, every single day I would pick up the phone and say, hey, what is it going to cost to get Russ on this team? Every day I'd be calling and making a different offer, even if it's a same offer as previously. Every single day. Which is annoying, yes, Producer Sam, but I would be annoying because if I'm a team like Chicago, I know if I don't get Russ, I might lose my job next year. In the end, I don't think Russell Wilson gets dealt. I think in the end for Seattle, you're hoping to bring him back to that early 2020 results and the play from Wilson, where he was, frankly, an MVP frontrunner, if not outright favorite there. So, I want to make this clear. I do not believe that Russell Wilson is going to get dealt this offseason by the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think it happens. But down the road, next year, if things don't get better, it's a concern. So what do you guys think is the percent chance the Seahawks end up trading Russell Wilson? So let me know what you guys think. And again, any percent chance that you want, throw it in for me in the comments section. Percent chance the Seahawks add Russell Wilson. Now, Seahawks fans, I got some gear for you guys, or gear deal for you guys out there. Hat, t-shirt combo, 40% off. You can get both of these things for normally the cost of just one of these items. chatsports.com/12combo. We'll put that link in the comments and in the description. It's chatsports.com/12combo. T-shirt hat combination pack. It's a perfect deal for you guys if you're a Seahawks fan. Quickly here on some of the other Seahawks moves, by the way. Philip Dorsett added to the Jacksonville Jags. The Jags are poaching all the Seahawks players. The terms are not yet known on Dorsett's deal. This is noteworthy, but also okay. Dorsett did not play for this organization after signing a 1-year deal. He was hurt, had a foot injury, and then just never made an impact, right? The other move that the Seahawks player lost, I should say, Carlos Hyde goes to Jacksonville on a 2-year, $6 million deal. A lot of connections between Hyde and the Jags, right? Brian Schottenheimer, the OC, he's back. Trent Baalke drafted Hyde in San Francisco. And, of course, he played for Urban Meyer at Ohio State. So there's a lot of connections there for Carlos Hyde. For Seattle, meanwhile, as mentioned, yeah, whatever. Honestly, 2 years, $6 million, probably a bit of an overpay. So at that point, it's not a big deal for Seattle. All right, I want you guys now to shout out your city for me in the comments section. Let me know what you guys think in the comments there. I do want to make a note, by the way, some news coming across here. 2 items, which we'll update more in depth in a minute. Rodney Hudson has just been released by the Las Vegas Raiders. And then Mike Hilton has been signed by the Cincinnati Bengals. So I'm going to make a verbal note here to producer Sam. We're going to get to our top 15 free agents. Mike Hilton was on that. So now it's going to be a top 14 free agent list. Congratulations there. There we go. Again, Hudson released by the Raiders, which frankly I am very surprised by. And the Bengals bringing in Mike Hilton to be their new nickel corner. So that's the update there. In the meantime, I'll get some shout-outs here as these cities get shouted out. And we'll get to some super chat as well because I got to drink some more beer here. I see Green Bay, L.A., Albany, Montreal, Jacksonville, Green Bay, Boston, Wichita, Los Angeles. I see Miami, Dallas, Thunder Bay. Where's Thunder Bay? That sounds like a Florida place. I guess Florida too. There, producer Sam. Maryland, Albany, North Ogden. That sounds like Oregon. That sounds like Oregon. Oh yeah.
Thunder Bay is either in Ontario, Canada, or a bay in Michigan.
I'm gonna go with Michigan. All right.
I'm gonna go with Canada.
All right. Well, qualify that for us in the comment section, my friend. I see Duval in there, i.e. Jacksonville. Joe Linden says Jacksonville there. Dallas, Vegas, Houston, Maryland, Green Bay, Denver, Chicago, Dallas, Washington. Vegas is in there. God, what a fun spot to live. Wouldn't that be the best? Oh, I love living in Vegas. Grandel, Arizona. Thank you, Robert, for clarifying. Yes, Sam, I lose all my money gambling, but it'd be a fun time, right? Let's go to Burnin' Spades. His super chat, $5. Bottoms up on this one. Thanks, Sam, for joining the party. Tom, what would it take for a chug? Best quarterback 2 in the draft for Atlanta. Book, Mond, Ramsey, or Mills. So, the full chug, I don't know, 20? I don't want to get too hammered. I got a lot of shows to do today. I don't know if I want to get too hammered there. Quarterback 2. You got Ian Book from Notre Dame, Kellen Mond, Jalen Ramsey, or Davis Mills. If you want purely a backup, I would look at Ian Book for Notre Dame. If you want a developmental upside guy, I would look at either Kellen Mond from A&M or Davis Mills from Stanford. I think I actually might rank them Mills-Mon for upside, Book Ramsey for pure backup player. That's a good question, though, Vernon Spades, and don't worry, we're going to have plenty of draft coverage for you guys here at Chat Sports. So if you haven't already, go subscribe. From AR Cowboys, Patrick Peterson to play safety for the Cowboys. I think in the end, Peterson's going to sign as a cornerback. There was a report that teams wanted him there. You could move him to safety. I think he was open to that, but I think cornerback is where he ends up signing this season. Bottoms up, by the way. Thank you. All right. From Mark, keep chugging that green beer today, Tom, and enjoy. I will. I'll go to my green beer story. So I went to Miami University in Ohio, by the way. And yes, go Red Hawks. Thank you, producer Sam. Everyone else hates Miami here. It's ridiculous. Probably because I work for a Toledo grad. Anyway, Miami every year had their green beer day, which the university hated because what it was is that every green beer day, which used to be on St. Patrick's Day and then was moved because the school just didn't have class on St. Patrick's Day and they changed it to the off season there. What they did was it was just everyone got hammered from I'm talking 1 a.m. until 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. the next day. It was just all night drinking. It was fantastic. And I cannot say anything more beyond that from legal issues. All right, from Mark Mullo, keep chugging that. Or actually, Mark already threw one in there, my bad. D. Freeman, Sam Darnold equals Josh Rosen. I mean, I think that Darnold is better than Rosen from what we've seen. But Darnold has also not been that good. So I don't hate the mindset from that perspective there. So D. Freeman, I appreciate that super chat as well. From Vortex, Cardinals take J.C. Horn and then trade back into the first round for Terrace Marshall. I'll drink for that super chat. I'm getting low here. I like going J.C. Horn for Arizona. I think it's a perfect fit. I think with this year's receiver depth and having DeAndre Hopkins kind of playing that vertical wide receiver role, can I talk you in, even though I know you're an LSU fan by your profile picture, can I talk you into waiting in round 2 and adding a Rondell Moore, a Elijah Moore, a Kadarius Toney even, as kind of playing the more Christian Kirk role long term, or even replacing Fitzgerald as your slot receiver. I thought that was an option there in the end. All right, from Burnin' Spades, sorry, not sorry. I'll chug one with you. So we're going to get some more beer here. There we go. Marshall's going to go get the die, so I'll bottoms up here in a minute. So stay tuned for that. We will get to this to the beer chug. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Just leave the die here. No one is using it. We're going to keep the die here for now, all right? From Jack Bishop, why would the Raiders just cut Hudson, not even trade the best center in the game? I'm so mad, honestly. Where's Mitch? We're going to have Mitchell Renz live in a minute, right, Producer Sam? That's going to be the plan here? I'm trying to check because there's a lot going on here. Yeah, so, Jack, stay tuned. Mitch is going to break down this move here in just a little bit. So I'll drink for your super chat. And I'm going to crack open Jack Bishop's here as well. Oh, I spilled some. All right, let me let the defoam. Add a drop of green. There we go. All right, so we'll come back to that one here. I think what we'll do here coming up, by the way, folks, is any more super chats, we will get to those as well, I promise you. And then we will also break down some of the top free agents left. And we'll do some live Q&A as well. So so let's do this. We'll get to some of these super chats. Some more just came in as I wait for this beer to defoam. I should have put the drop in first. I'm an idiot. A couple super chats just came in here from Chester Bean. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Sam. I paid just to see the word Colts being mentioned. You actually missed the super chat from earlier. I also don't know where Jade Henderson is. I wonder if the Colts are going to be patient. The way that their GM, Chris Ballard, has operated. They get suddenly aggressive. Like, it's pretty quiet, then boom, all of a sudden they go trade for DeForest Buckner. So I think the Colts are going to be pretty patient here in terms of waiting for a decision to be made and not necessarily throwing big money out there. I should not have stirred that. My finger's green now for the rest of the show. I'm an idiot. I don't think that the Colts are going to be overly aggressive. I think in the end they're going to wait and be patient to go find somebody. But yes, the Colts, I promise you, Chester, are going to make some moves. I promise you. From my burner account, how the F does Jerry do LP like that? This was not a Jerry Jones decision, unless they didn't want to let him break Witten's mark. Anyway, in the end, what the decision was here was they wanted to let John Fossil bring in his long snapper. That was the root cause of this decision. They wanted to bring in Jake McQuaid because John Fossil likes him. That was the reasoning behind this move. So just keep that in mind, my friend. Another super chat from NFL News Channel 01. Did the Raiders really release Rodney Hudson? Yes, they did. Please tell me how this makes any sense. I don't hate the Raiders so much. Please tell me how we can fix this. I'm going to lose my mind. Honest to God, I don't know. Rodney Hudson has still been a really good football player. Like, I don't think he's the best center in the NFL. Like, I know some Raiders fans think. But he's in the conversation. He's top 10. He's top 5. So the decision to release Rodney Hudson, even though he's 32 years old, as the Raiders totally blow up their offensive line, is interesting. I'm going to speculate on this next part here, though. What I think is going to happen, the Raiders cleared up cap space to go sign somebody. We'll see who it is. But somebody is about to get signed by the Las Vegas Raiders in the not-too-distant future. So what we're going to do here coming up, folks, is we're going to get to the Rodney Hudson breakdown here in just a little bit. We're also going to take a look, though, at some of the top free agents left on the open market before we get to that. A super chat, though, from Vlad. Can the Ravens swap Orlando Brown and Allen Robinson? It's an interesting idea. I don't know if they would pursue that route, if the Bears would. But if the Bears aren't going to pay Allen Robinson, getting Orlando Brown back probably is a pretty good idea. So I like that idea. Thank you for that super chat. Also, by the way, as promised, I regret it, but I did say $20 super chat. I chug a beer. So who was that? Let me check here. That was Burnin' Spades. Bottoms up. Disclosure. I am bad at chugging. If I'm shotgunning, it's a different conversation. But chugging beer has never been my thing. So bottoms up. See, my form's bad because I go gulp by gulp. And that is not smart from me. But bottoms up. There we go. So let's get some comments going, by the way, here, folks. From Vlad, or not from Vlad, who do you want to sign? I'm an idiot. It's the weighing time. Who do you want your guys to sign here? Let me know in the comments section. Get your votes in, and I'll give some shout-outs here as well. As I wait for these to come in. Oren says, Chug, I'm bad at it, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not good at it. I'm simply not good. Let's see. I see Clowney from Yejus Patel, T.Y. Hilton, Kenny Golladay, Gabe Jackson, and Brian Winters. Jadeveon Clowney, Will Fuller, Brandon Scherf, Richard Sherman to the Eagles. Eagles got Marvin Jones. Kenny Golladay, Jadeveon Clowney. Cut Chris Jones, Izzy World speaking my language. Thank you, my friend. JuJu to the Raiders. Eagles, Richard Sherman. Giants, Kenny Golladay. Bucks signed James White. JuJu to the Raiders. Cowboys signed Sherman. William Jackson and Curtis Samuel for the Packers there. Carlos Dunlap, Trent Williams, Hudson or Matt Judon. Daniel, Matt Judon has been paid already. A.J. Green to Miami, Trent Williams to the Bears. That'd be a great move by them. I would like that. We'll see what actually happens, but I think that'd be a good decision there by the Bears. Richard Sherman or Keanu Neal to the Cowboys. Trent Williams. JuJu to the Raiders. Seahawks offensive line. Daniel TSE says himself. Power play. I love it. Jayon Brown to the Jets. JuJu to the Giants. Curtis Samuel to the Raiders. Clowney to the Cleveland Browns. Trent Williams. Kenny Golladay to the Ravens. Bears signed Terrence Mitchell. Or no, sorry, that's Trent Williams. I'm an idiot. No, it says Mitchell. You're right. I assume Terrence Mitchell. I don't know if there's a different Mitchell here. Russ to the Bears. That's a trade, but I know Bears fans want him real bad, so I respect that one. Fournette to the Steelers. Golladay to the Dolphins. Trent Williams to the Niners. That makes sense. JuJu to the Giants. Hudson to Seattle. Hunter threw in Patrick Mahomes to the Panthers, so that one's certainly okay on that one there. Romos to Dallas as the backup. Okay, Zeno, you're trolling me. I got there. I got. My bad on that one. Samson Abucom to the Niners, who already signed. Earl Thomas to the Broncos, and also a freaking linebacker. Keep those votes coming. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to kick it over to Mitchell Renz to break down the Raiders' surprising release of Rodney Hudson. After that is done, we're going to come back and take a look at some of the top NFL free agents. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up here momentarily, not quite yet. And then I do want to mention Bravo Slug, Zeno saying, official and Camo, I see your super chats. All of those are coming up after we break down the Raiders' stunning release of Rodney Hudson.
Raider Nation, what's going on? We got some breaking news. The Las Vegas Raiders have decided to move on from center Rodney Hudson. This is an absolute stunning event, I guess. Nobody saw this one coming. Rodney Hudson has been one of the best centers in the National Football League. He's been a captain alongside of Derek Carr literally since he's basically been on the team. He still had 2 years left on his contract, which is pretty interesting considering the fact that last season the Raiders restructured his deal to make it would be a little bit more favorable going forward. He was no doubt one of the best centers, one of the best pass blocking centers in all of football. His dead cap hit, though, for this upcoming season, it's $15.61 million. Now, for the Las Vegas Raiders, to me, this tells me multiple things. They're just trying to do a totally new facelift on the offensive line, and this is, out of all the moves that they've made so far this offseason, is hands down one of the most questionable. He was able to play in all 16 games last year. He's allowed only 1 sack. When you go back and look at some of the most reliable players, not just the past 2-3 years, I mean, literally the past decade, I mean, you're looking at, he won Pro Football Focus's Center of the Decade. That's how good he's been. That's how much of an anchor he has been on this offensive line. So I'm curious what you guys have to say here. I'm breaking it down for you. This is my initial reaction. What is your one-word reaction to Rodney Hudson getting cut? Throw it down in the comments section. If you're upset about this move, I totally understand that. When I saw this come across by Ian Rappaport, I actually had to take a double look. I was like, wait a minute. I really find that hard to believe. But go down in the comments, and as a reminder, if you end up cursing, it's going to get blocked. So try to think of something else. If you want to drop the F-bomb, go ahead and just say the word Tom. But I want your one-word reaction to the Raiders cutting Rodney Hudson. Mine, WTF. That's literally what I put out there on Twitter. I just could not believe when this thing went down. He has been one of the most reliable players, and when I thought about all the moves that the Raiders were doing, especially on the offensive line, the one player that I was like, you know who's absolutely going to be here? It's going to be Rodney Hudson. I obviously liked Colton Miller as well, but when you consider the fact that the Raiders don't really have a plan at center, it does make me wonder what they're going to do. So you move on from Hudson. This is what I believe the Raiders' offensive line depth chart is going to look like now. I guess it's going to be Andre James, UCLA product, going to be slotted in to play center. That's a big role. He's going to have some huge shoes to fill. But when you also go and look at, sure, you got Colton Miller there at left tackle. I mean, besides that, You don't have really any of your players that you were hoping were going to start on the offensive line last year. I mean, Richie Incognito, he was the starting left guard. Look for either John Simpson or, I don't know, maybe they bring back Denzel Good. Now you got Andre James playing center. Denzel Good, he's a free agent, so you don't even know if you're going to bring him back. And Sam Young's also a free agent. I mean, they moved on from Trent Brown. You let go of Denzel Good potentially. You cut Gabe Jackson. You cut also another player in Richie Incognito. Before today started, the Raiders were top 5 in terms of snaps that needed to be replaced. In fact, 33% was the number. I haven't crunched the numbers for y'all yet, but I would almost guarantee with this move by Rodney Hudson and with them off also losing Nelson Aguilar, you're looking at an NFL team that probably has the most snaps that they need to replace in, when the biggest concern for the Raiders this entire offseason has been building that defense, which you absolutely need to do. But I'm kind of worried now that all their focus is going on defense, and you're letting go one of your most important assets, and that's your offensive line. I don't care who you have at quarterback. I don't care who you have at running back, receiver, tight end. If you can't protect Derek Carr, if you can't open running lanes up, what the hell are you going to do? I mean, the offensive line was their main staple. Sure, they had a lot of injuries there last year. But Rodney Hudson, man, I am absolutely just blown away by this move here. So if you guys are always looking for the latest news and rumors around the Raiders, I promise you, we're going to keep you guys updated here. So hit that big red button and subscribe to the Las Vegas Raiders Report. We're keeping you up to date with news, rumors, free agency. When I walked into work today, I was like, okay, who are the Raiders going to sign? They brought in Yannick Ngakoue. Maybe they were going to bring in a guy like Kyle Long, and when I get done doing this, sure, maybe it'll be a little bit different story. But the fact that this came down, that Rodney Hudson ultimately got cut, that was absolutely amazing. But that's something that we're always going to be keeping you guys updated here on. So seriously, we just crossed 75,000 subs. Hit that big red button that says subscribe. So the Raiders here, they cut Rodney Hudson, who, again, still had 2 years left on his contract. I mean, we're talking about $15.6 million in terms of dead cap hit. I just don't understand why you would rather cut Hudson, or you could have just saved $15 million and had him on the team. I can't wait to see what John Gruden, Mike Mayock have to say about this move, but I'm not feeling too good about it. And the other reason why I know Raider Nation is really freaking out right now is because you got to look at all the other moves that the Raiders made, especially on the offensive line. So first off, we're going to kick it off with Richie Incognito. He was released by the Raiders. Sure, the plan is still to bring him back. However, he hasn't been brought back yet. And how often have we already heard this offseason, oh, we plan on bringing back Nelson Aguilar. Oh, hey, we plan on bringing back Devontae Booker. Nelson Aguilar's gone to New England. Devontae Booker didn't come back. So I'm actually starting to get worried here. If our plan A is to let go of a guy and then bring him back, I don't know if I have a lot of confidence, and I actually don't know the direction that this Raiders team's going, because by moving on from Rodney Hudson, to me, that's a little bit more of something that you would do in a rebuild. Are the Raiders about to enter a rebuild? I don't know, man. I'm going to give it 2 Chucky heads right now. So Richie Incognito, he was the one player. Gabe Jackson, he is still technically a member of the Raiders, if you will. So they would save $9.6 million. The reason is, so the conversation came up with Gruden basically asked Gabe to take a pay cut. He and his team, they did not like that at all. So that's when you saw the reports saying, okay, they're going to cut him, they're going to cut him. Technically, they have not cut him yet. All the anticipation is if he doesn't restructure his deal, then guess what? They will ultimately move on from him. The other player, though, that was on the offensive line, he was traded to the New England Patriots for basically a 2020 second-round pick or fifth-round pick or whatever. And it was Trent Brown. He was your right tackle. Went on the football field. Trent Brown's one of the best tackles in the league. And in 11 games in 2019, he made the Pro Bowl. Now, did the Raiders do a good job last year replacing Trent Brown? Yes, they absolutely did. But it's because they had veterans there. They had other players that were able to come in and fill those holes. You had left tackle Colt Miller. You had your anchor down the middle, Rodney Hudson. And then Denzel Good, shout out to Denzel, was able to fill in at left guard, right tackle, wherever you needed them. Now you don't have that flexibility. All you have now is Colton Miller at left tackle. Right guard is a question mark. Is it going to be John Simpson? Center, Andre James, I don't know. Right tackle, I don't know. Left guard or right guard, Dude, like, I don't know. If you're a Raiders fan right now, you should absolutely be freaking out because I don't know who in the world is going to be protecting Derek Carr. And for all the Deshaun Watson, all the Russell Wilson rumors out there, I'll tell you what, man, I wouldn't go to this team right now with the offensive line they're cooking together. Now, I understand we're always hyped up around here around the Raiders Report, which is 100% reasonable, and we always say it is Raiders against the world. So if you guys want to go ahead and get yourself a Raiders against the world t-shirt, it's chatsports.com/RaidersWorld. Right now, this thing is only $24.99. You can get it in sizes small all the way up to 4XL. So seriously, if you want a new shirt, we got the deal going on right now. It's chatsports.com/RaidersWorld. So we're going to recap one more time here. The Raiders, in a shocking move, breaking news, whatever you want to call it, they have decided to move on from center, move on from captain, one of the best players on this team, Rodney Hudson. Last year I made a video around the top 10 Raiders players. Number 1 on that list was Rodney Hudson. If you would have asked a lot of people this year, I don't think anybody would have came up with the idea of moving on from him. 2 years still left on his contract. It's a dead cap hit of $15.61 million. So can somebody please explain to me why in the world the Raiders ultimately did this? So how worried are y'all about this move? How worried are y'all about Rodney Hudson here? Because this one was shocking. So from a scale from 1 to 10, how worried are you about the Raiders O-line? 1 being you're not worried at all. 10 being you're freaking out. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm actually probably close to a 9. I like Colt Miller a lot, but I don't know who the heck is going to be lining up here. If the Raiders had maybe a plan to go out and get, I don't know, one of the top centers in free agency like Corey Linsley, sure, this might have made a little bit more sense. Linsley, though, he went to the Chargers. That's another guy in your division. Okay, maybe you want to go out and get one of the top guards. Joe Thuney, he signed with the Chiefs. Another guy in your division for 5 years, $80 million. I'm not sure what the Raiders plan on doing. Maybe they are trying to go out now and get some people in the draft. Either way, though, I do not support this decision moving on from Hudson, and I would be absolutely shocked if any other Raiders people agree with this move. So let's hear it one more time here, okay? Name an offensive lineman the Raiders need to go out and sign. It's free agency, no doubt. So if you watch this and it's a little bit later on, maybe the free agency players that you're bringing up already got signed. But please, go ahead and let me know. Name an offensive lineman that I want you to that the Raiders should go out and sign. And you know what? As I'm talking about this now, I'm going to just make note. Takk McKinley has just gotten a deal done with the Cleveland Browns. So there's another player that the Raiders ultimately wanted to try to bring back. They were unable to do so. So Takk McKinley, he has ended up now going to the Cleveland Browns on a one-year deal worth $4 million. I am curious to see what ultimately happens because by the fact that he did not come back to the Raiders, that means that the Raiders now are going to get a conditional 5th-round pick. That's obviously going to be in 2022, but it is something to keep in mind here. If you guys like what we're doing here at the Raiders Report, I would definitely appreciate if you guys would go ahead and subscribe. Click that big red button. Now, whoo, boy, that was a lot of stuff going on. Looks like we're going to send it back to Tom Downey for the latest NFL free agency news.
All right, thank you, Mitch, for that breaking news on the Las Vegas Raiders. So get your votes in as we kind of reset and get ready for the top NFL free agents here. And yes, we will get to those Super Chats, I promise you guys. Are you enjoying NFL free agency? Y for yes, N for no. We kind of broke into some breaking news. Raiders, I am still surprised by this. Mitchell Renz is literally scratching his head, has no idea what's going on here, shaking his head as well. Stunning move there. And I would wonder if a team like the Miami Dolphins, Seattle Seahawks are going to have massive interest in adding Rodney Hudson. He does become, I think, one of the top other notable free agents on the market right now. We'll get to top 15, by the way, not including Hudson here in a little bit. But there were some Super Chats that we did not get to earlier that I promised you guys we were going to get to. From Zeno saying, Cowboys sign Earl Thomas and Richard Sherman. I went to Chris Richard like an idiot. Would help. First off, I'm enacting drink for Earl Thomas Super Chat policy. There we go. In general, Earl Thomas, there is a reason that everyone's like, oh, we don't want him. He's a cancer on your team. And Earl Thomas has been one of the best true single high rangy free safeties we've seen over the past decade plus in the NFL. And despite that, nobody even tried to bring him in outside of the one brief move to have interest in Houston. There's a reason everyone's like, nah, we out. So I'm not going to look at all for Richard Sherman. Or for Earl Tom. Richard Sherman, though, well, if the cost ends up being right, could maybe make a little bit of sense. From Bravo Slug, could Seattle afford David Andrews and Jamal Williams / Leonard Fournette? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is it does depend on what the money actually looks like. I don't know what David Andrews, is going to command on the open market. I don't know just how much he's going to ask for, or if he just go back to New England. But in terms of like an Andrews or a Hudson, yeah, I think that could end up being an option. Fournette, meanwhile, or Williams, they should be fairly cheap. So I think from a doable perspective, yes, I think both of those guys could fit as a Seahawks target and somewhat realistic target in NFL free agency as well. So I appreciate that question there. Thank you very much. All right, from Official Savage, are the Lions taking the free agency season off outside of if they kept the tank for next year's draft? Say what they can for the future. Probably. I look, giving the head coach Dan Campbell a 6-year deal as opposed to the typical 5-year deal meant, I think, from an organizational ownership down perspective, that Detroit did not have to win now. That was not something they had to do. So I don't think they're going to be overly active, but I do think some signings are going to come. So Official Savage, stay tuned as I drink for that super chat and the other one before it. I think there will be more moves coming for the Lions. It just might not be a big splashy move by Detroit. From Camo Season, are the Panthers heading in the right direction? And can you give some updates on Carolina's free agency? They've signed Pat Elflein and they signed Cam Irving. And I will always try to tell it like it is. I don't get those moves. Cam Irving is a 6th or 7th best offensive lineman, can play left tackle to right tackle every spot, but he's not that good. Pat Elflein was a former 3rd-round pick out of Ohio State, got cut mid-year by the Vikings, and was meh for the Jets. So those options, like you're probably fine at tackle with Taylor Motton and Greg Little and Cam Irving as your top 3. That's probably good enough. You're going to start Elflein. I don't know about that plan. So in the end for Carolina, I like a lot of their options. Like I like a lot of their roster. Quarterback is an area of focus. If they can get a Trey Lance even, I'm intrigued. If they find a promising young quarterback, Lance or Fields or Wilson or even Deshaun Watson, I like that route. But we will see what route they end up going. All right, thank you guys for those super chats. I greatly appreciate it. Let me know in the comments, by the way, who you think the best available free agent is. Get your votes in here. We're going to break down a lot of these options here. Someone, by the way, is asking how old I am. You know what, Producer Sam? I'm throwing a lot at you here. Why don't we add that for after we break down the top available free agents? We'll ask you guys how old you think I am. For the record, I hate this question. Because if you're too low or too high, for some reason I'm offended. And there's no reason for me to be offended. Because I can spin it in whatever way you want. If you think I'm younger, it means I don't look old. If you think I'm older, it means I'm wise or some bullshit. I don't know. So we will get to that. But in the meantime, let me know the top available free agent. I will make note. I'm not going to include Rodney Hudson on this list because I built it in advance and I changed it already and I'm just not going to do it again. So, I'm being lazy. Deal with it. So let me know in the comments who you think the best available free agent is right now. Get those votes in, folks. Appreciate it. I was live here on NFL Daily. All right, we're going to break down some of the top NFL free agents left. I am your host, Tom Downey. Got a lot of different names to discuss here on today's video, not including Rodney Hudson, who was just cut by the Las Vegas Raiders, but plenty of names still out there on the open market. Kenny Golladay kicks things off here. The top free agent wide receiver left on the open market. Now, Golladay missed a lot of this season with injuries, and I think that is driving down his market. The Lions were like, you know what, Kenny? We're not going to franchise tag you. You go gamble and see what you can get on the open market. I think there are numerous teams that, yes, the production was down this year, but could use a player of Kenny Galladay's impact. When healthy, I genuinely believe he is a number one receiver. Maybe he's more of a 1A or even a 1B. But him and Marvin Jones, a great duo in Detroit. Jones also a notable free agent out there. So where do you think Kenny Golladay signs? Could it be in Miami or in Washington or in Baltimore? Let me know what you guys think. Where will Kenny Golladay sign, potentially in the near future, in NFL free agency? Trent Williams next up here. He's older, but he is the top left tackle by a wide margin. Like, I'm talking massive difference between him and the guy we'll get to later on in today's video. The Niners want to bring him back, and yet Williams has been linked to the Chiefs and the Bears and others. So I'm going to throw out a potential conspiracy theory. I believe that Trent Williams is trying to squeeze San Francisco for every last penny, as a free agent should when you're of his caliber. I think Williams, in the end, signs back with San Francisco. We'll see that's a freezing cold take in the near future. But with the Bears and Chiefs being linked, I think he's trying to maximize his money earned from San Francisco, which, by the way, every player should. Now, we're just going to the top free agents available. But my boy Mitchell Wren's already broke down where these guys could end up signing. So go check it out. It's available on the channel, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Go subscribe today. That way you don't miss any of the massive videos that we've got available on our channel around NFL free agency. youtube.com/chatsportstv. So William Jackson here. I don't know if he's going to command Shaquille Griffin money. And maybe I'm just wrong on this. But I think Jackson's a better player than Shaquille Griffin. I have liked him for a long time. I think he is the best corner available. And the Bengals paid Trey Waynes and they signed Chidobe Awuzie. He will not be back with the Bengals. He is going somewhere else. Now, he's a bit older for a first-time free agent. He was an older guy coming out of Houston. But if you want a legit, I think, borderline number one corner, this is your guy. So let me know in the comments who you want your team to sign. Let me know what you guys think. What player do you want your organization to go get? This is going to be the pinned comment on today's video. So get the ad break here on YouTube, scroll on down, and get your votes in. Anthony Harris here is still looking to sign somewhere. The Browns, of course, already paid big money to John Johnson. And I wonder if 10 or 11 million is going to be the price tag for Harris. I've waffled back and forth on Anthony Harris. I thought around this time last year, one of the most underrated safeties in the NFL. This year, he wasn't as good. So I'm not as high on Harris. But with Justin Simmons, Marcus May, Marcus Williams all getting the franchise tag, and John Johnson already getting paid, he's the best guy out there. I'd argue by a pretty good margin. Now, yes, INT's dropped down from 6 to 0, but if you want someone who can play free safety, this is a candidate. So if you want one of those guys, I say go get Anthony Harris in free agency. To Will Fuller now, who before his suspension, And side note here, whatever Will Fuller took that got him popped for that suspension should be legal in the NFL because Will Fuller always hurt, stayed healthy. So whatever he took, whether he knew it or not, should be allowed in the NFL. That is my mindset if I'm the NFL. Regardless, as I get up kind of off topic there, my bad. Breakout year. Deshaun Watson, I promise you, wants to keep Will Fuller. Now, the Green Bay Packers had interest in Will Fuller at the trade deadline. I'm generalizing here because there are some exceptions, but the wide receiver market, not that active. Yeah, Nelson Aguilar signed. The Patriots added some receivers, and Corey Davis signed, but this Will Fuller route of looking for a top-tier guy, I don't know if he's got the market he wants yet. So keep an eye on Will Fuller either leaving Houston potentially in free agency. Someone I think who's gone, JuJu. Now, we'll see if I look like an idiot in the near future, which is fine. We're wrong all the time. That's the nature of life in the NFL, right? JuJu's intriguing. 4 years of playing. He's only 24 years old. The past 2 seasons, though, have simply not been his best. But I would argue that's also the nature of life as a receiver in the National Football League. If your quarterback is hurt or not the same guy he was in his prime, Big Ben, you're not going to produce as well. But honestly, 97 grabs, 831, 9 touchdowns, that's not bad, guys. Like, that's pretty good production. If he's your 1B, I am intrigued. Now, I had predicted he was going to go to the Jets. They signed Corey Davis, so cross that one off the list. But somebody, Raiders maybe, I think could be a legitimate fit for JuJu Smith-Schuster. So pick the better wide receiver of these 3 guys. Type in G for Kenny Golladay, type in F for Will Fuller, or type in S for JuJu Smith-Schuster. I'm going to say it and be nice here. No wrong answers, but get your votes in for me in the comments section. Richard Sherman is next up here. There aren't that many guys left in terms of good corners. And there aren't that many years, by the way, for Richard Sherman either. In terms of what he has left in his tank, I don't think there's that much left. I don't think there is. And Sherman's kind of made a similar case in terms of saying he doesn't have that much left in him. But if you're looking for a potential starting caliber cornerback, I think he makes sense. As a short-term CB2, I'm intrigued. I really am. Now, maybe he's only got 2 years in the tank, but I think that could make some sense. So whether it be the Jets or the Raiders or Cowboys or somebody else, I think Sherman's going to sign somewhere and have some success for the rest of his NFL career. Now, we got some NFL deals available for you guys. Chatsports.com/NFL clearance. If you're trying to save 40% on this awesome t-shirt hat combo pack, or even get an NFL jersey, head over to chatsports.com/NFL clearance. That's 40% off. And jerseys down as low as $55. A lot of spring sales going on right now in terms of what's out there in the NFL. And deals, by the way, up to 70% off. That's chatsports.com/NFL clearance. Chatsports.com. Put a link in the comments, by the way, in the comments and in the description. That link's going to go in there. To Patrick Peterson. That's coming up next here. I wonder what he's going to command. And you could flip-flop Sherman and Peterson if you want to. Peterson's not the same guy he was in his prime. We have to acknowledge that at this day and age in the NFL. But I think he's going to play corner in today's market, and I think that's what teams are going to sign him to be. Could move to 60 down the road potentially. But if you want a 2 or 3 year deal, I do think Patrick Peterson makes some sense there. I really do. And again, not the guy he was in his prime. But If you want a number 2, pair him with a great number 1, yeah, I'm interested. The cornerback market, I think for a guy of Peterson's age, kind of like Sherman, not going to be as strong. But I promise you there's going to be interest in him this offseason. So who's the better cornerback of these 3 options? Type WJ for William Jackson. Type PP for Patrick Peterson. I'm letting you guys say PP in the live chat. How about that? You can also say RS as well. Now, PP is more fun, let's be honest there. So get your votes in. I'm going to go Jackson. I might be wrong on that, though. WJ, PP, or RS. Go to the Cardinals again here. Hassan Reddick, as producer Sam says, it's pronounced Ars. Okay, you're wrong. Finally had the breakout year. The former first-round pick bounced around from linebacker to edge and then was all over the place and then broke out in a massive fashion for Arizona. Now, Hassan Reddick has 1 year. That is it of production. But that 1 year was awesome. 12.5 sacks, 15 tackles for loss. He's only 26 years old. If you run a 4-3 or a 3-4 scheme, go get him. I wonder though, if the moves to tag Dennis Gardecki and the moves to sign JuJu Watt and bring back Marcus Golden mean that Reddick might actually leave in free agency. And if that's the case, if you run a 3-4 scheme, I would have significant interest in him. To Curtis Samuel now, who I'm higher on than most of the Chat Sports staff. I think he's going to get a surprisingly big deal. And I think the breakout partially/fully happened for the Carolina Panthers. Ascending player, he's young. If I'm a team like Jacksonville, Patriots pre all their signings, a team like Washington who has familiarity there, I'm all in on this guy. He's a good football player. Put him in the slot, give him some touch and designed plays. I think he's a really good football option. He's also great, by the way, in Madden. All right, Russell Okung is next up here. Missed some time last year. Obviously, a big deal made about his whole Bitcoin side thing, which is fun, right? If you want when healthy, reliable left tackle in a not great left of the market tackle option, I'm looking at Okung. Panthers, frankly, kind of won that trade, going from Trey Turner to Russell Okung because the Chargers ended up cutting Turner. 7 games this past year. When he was out there, he's a good football player, though. So maybe if the Niners lose Trent Williams or the runners up to the Trent Williams market, I would look towards Okung as a target for any NFL team in the market for a reliable veteran left tackle. To Melvin Ingram we go now. Again, only 7 games this past year. 0 sacks in his age 31 season is a significant red flag. Now again, injury is a big part of that. But Ingram kind of suddenly fell off the cliff to a certain extent there. Now, Ingram can still be a solid, veteran-focused pass rusher. He can be. But is he going to be? I think the answer is still yes. But I'm very curious what his market ends up looking like this offseason. Now, let me know who you guys think is the best sleeper free agent left on the open market. Someone we did not mention on this list. Let me know what you guys think the best sleeper free agent out there. Let's go to Desmond King now, who I think I learned my lesson from the trade deadline. Namely put, he's not as well regarded in the NFL as some of NFL media regards him as. He's a good nickel corner, though. He's not an elite nickel corner with Mike Hilton now off the market already going to the Bengals. You know, King, I think, is the top guy left out there. The market's normally not that high. I think the early flashes from King were a bit deceptive, but he's a good football player. You could sign him and feel great about your number 3 corner role. So, yes, there should be plenty of interest in him this free agency cycle. T.Y. Hilton. Fun fact, this was going to be Mike Hilton, and then Mike Hilton signed, so I just swapped the first name out, right? Colts are letting him test the open market. A big-time name, though, right? The Colts have asked him to give them a chance to match any offer, and that's not that uncommon. Also means the the Colts might not choose to match that offer. The wide receiver market in general has been kind of slow thus far. So I don't know exactly what Hilton's going to get. I think it should at least be $10 million per year, but I don't know how much more than that. And if you're a team like the Colts or Dolphins or wherever, that's intriguing. Because Hilton, I think, is like the best number 2 receiver in the NFL. Like, if you were to pair Hilton and Devontae Parker, it's an older matchup, or older pairing, at least for Hilton's side, but it's good. I did want to end, by the way, on Jadeveon Clowney, who, big-time name, right? I have to be honest with you guys. He was bad for the Titans. An injury a part of it, but he wanted $20+ million a year, never got close to it, signed late in the process, and then put up 0 sacks. And look, sacks are not the best indicator of future production. But if you get 0 and your name is Jadeveon Clowney, that's bad, guys. That's bad. So I think for Clowney, the likely outcome here is that he signs a cheaper 1-year prove-it contract. And then we'll see what ends up happening with Clowney the year after that. So we'll see. But yes, I think someone should gamble on him given his pedigree and past production. So are you guys happy with your team's moves so far? Type Y for yes or type in N for no. Let me know what you guys think in the comments section here. I'll get a sip of my water. Let's see. I'll get some shout-outs here. I see N from Brian. A lot of N's. Oh, boy. People not happy. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, Jonas. Hilton to the Bengals. Griffin. No, this is not recorded. We are live. Congrats. My opinion's happy for the Raiders. Yes, go Browns from Samu. Kind of both from Imagine Wagons official. Middle of the pack Raiders fan. And from Arrigo Munger. If I got that wrong, I'm very sorry here. Y from Juan. Jared says Cowboys, please do something. Stay tuned. Y for Niners from Kevin. N, Raiders need a receiver, or Ravens, excuse me. Roth says yes, because Fitzpatrick. So keep those notes coming. Y for yes, N for no. We'll get to some more news in a second, but some super chats we had to get to as well. Wyatt Owen, Packers and Quan Alexander. Lower your expectations for Quan, guys. I know he got a big-time contract a few years ago from the Niners. He tore his Achilles back in December. His market is not going to be that strong, but I appreciate that super chat from you, Wyatt. Official Savage, Golladay was never thrown open. He was thrown to for the high point. Same with Calvin. Reasons injuries are occurring. I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think Golladay in general has elite separation skills, but as your ex-receiver, think prime Dez Bryant, where you're just going to win the top of the catch point. Golladay definitely fits that particular mold. Oh, I got a sip for that one, by the way. As Lyndon Smith comes up, what the F are Jason Garrett and John Gruden and Mike Mayock? God, I went to the Cowboys. My bad, Lyndon. Went from car insurance to car running for his life and no one to block for Josh Jacobs. I mean, I would say not panic, but yeah, it's pretty weird. It doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, that decision to release Rodney Hudson. I honestly don't get it. Maybe we'll learn more in the near future, but for the time being, I don't have many answers for you guys on that one. I'll go more rapid fire here. From Burnin' Spades, Floyd, Jackson, Clowney to Atlanta to help the defense. Can they afford it? If they were to restructure guys like Matt Ryan and Julio Jones, yes, although Floyd already re-signed, so cross him off, assuming you mean Leonard Floyd. But you could throw $15 million at Jackson, bring Clowney in on a cheaper deal. That's doable. if you restructure guys, which so far Atlanta not showing a ton of interest on that front. Bottoms up, though, my friend. Infinite Gaming. My Panthers won't do anything in free agency. Sad face. Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty quiet. I mean, they added Cam Irving and Pat Elflein, so that's something, but I know that's not what you guys want. You wanted a Corey Linsley, or maybe Joe Tooney probably makes more sense there. But yeah, it's not been a super active early stage kind of. But remember, as you just saw, a lot of good free agents out there. Rapid fire here, by the way, to see in the chat. I'll just verbally mention it. Leonard Williams back to the Giants on a 3-year, $63 million deal. And then on top of that, John Ross on a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. So we'll get back to those later, but just some lesser contracts that just went down. I also mentioned Mike Hilton, 4 years, $24 million to the Bengals. Those moves just happened. Tom Downey here on NFL Daily Live with Chat Sports. And on today's video, is going to get off topic here. We're going to talk Cowboys. Yeah, we're doing it both. Live on NFL and breaking down the Dallas Cowboys, too. Some news just came across the wire. CJ Goodwin. Then we'll get to the other signing here. 2-year, $3.5 million deal with $2 million guaranteed. Now, this is a special teams move. CJ Goodwin is one of the Cowboys' best special teamers. The Cowboys' moves have focused mostly on special teams. CJ Goodwin, Noah Brown, the long snapper, etc. This is not someone who the Cowboys ever want to play at cornerback. They did give him some reps against as the spy on Jalen Hurts and ended up working out pretty good there in the end. But Goodwin is going to be a special teamer. That has been his role in the NFL, and from that perspective, I approve. I like that decision for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, at cornerback, the Cowboys have also lost Chidobe Awuzie. Not a huge surprise here from that perspective. I kind of thought he was going to leave the Cowboys. Now, we do not yet know the details on this contract. It is a 3-year deal for the Cincinnati Bengals, and this is a replacement for William Jackson. He's done in Cincinnati, right? The Cowboys, though, they need cornerback help. I like Cheeto. I was higher on Awuzie than I know some of you guys were. But now you look at this depth chart for the Cowboys, and it's Trevon Diggs, Anthony Brown, and Jordan Lewis is a free agent. Goodwin's a special teamer. You got the Robinsons and Kennedy, and it's not good enough. That's really not good enough. So from that perspective, I think the reality is for the Cowboys, whether it comes now or in the draft, finding a way to add some impact offense or impact cornerbacks is going to be essential. Like, they have to find more help. Otherwise, it's just not going to work for this organization. Now, there's some other breaking news here on the Dallas Cowboys, and I will make no presumption of update the depth chart for you. The Cowboys have added Ty Nsekhe, an older offensive lineman. He's 35 years old, but this is your new swing tackle. If you are the Dallas Cowboys, he comes in, he can play left tackle or can play right tackle. So Tyron Smith, Lael Collins, both restructured their deals. They are back. Ty Nsekhe, now over Brandon Knight and over Terrence Steele, maybe you move on from one of those guys. But it's a 1-year deal. We don't know the details. I am pretty sure it's going to be fairly cheap. I'm talking like maybe $2 or $3 million, kind of the Cam Fleming, Cam Irving deals of old. It's not going to be expensive. But I think from the reality perspective, you got 5 offensive linemen, or tackles, excuse me. I don't know why you draft one early. I really don't at this point. And oh, by the way, I think Ty Nsekhe is better than Cam Irving. Now, all of the Cowboys moves we're going to break down for you. So hit that big red button and subscribe for watching on our live NFL Daily Show. It's youtube.com/Cowboys TV. Link right there, bottom of your screen. If you want to stay in the know as we approach 100K on our Cowboys channel, hit that big red button and subscribe. youtube.com/Cowboys TV. Those are the news there on the Cowboys today. Let's talk rumors then. How about going after Kevin King? I'm intrigued by this one. From a fit perspective, as I'm sure you guys all saw, Kevin King was not great against the Bucs in the playoffs, I think is a nice way of saying it. He was linked as a target by The Athletic, drafted in the Mike McCarthy regime, and for what I believe the Cowboys want to do in terms of defensive scheme under Dan Quinn, I think Kevin King is a fit. He's long, pretty athletic, as a cover 3 corner. I think King makes sense. And if you could bring him in on the cheap, you could still draft somebody early as well. So you could go with Trevon Diggs, Anthony Brown, Kevin King, and early round draft pick to be determined. That's not that bad. It's not great, but it is passable for this Cowboys team. And I think you could throw in any number of replacement caliber corners instead of Kevin King. A Garyon Conley, I'd love Sherman was probably too expensive. Someone in that type of mold, I think does make some sense. Now, King, by the way, was better in 2019. 5 interceptions and I think 15 pass breakups. You're not going to get that production, but in a more cover 3 style scheme, the Cowboys liked him coming out. He definitely fits what they want to do. Now, I know the Cowboys' moves thus far have not been what you guys wanted them to be. So name someone for me in the comment section that you think the Dallas Cowboys will sign. Not who you want them to, but will sign. This is the pinned comment on today's video. So get the ad break, scroll on down, and get your votes in. Let's go to Leighton Vander Esch. Some talk on his 5th-year option. Todd Archer of ESPN says that the Cowboys will, quote-unquote, likely pick it up. Now, as you've mentioned before on this show, the option cost is actually a little over $9 million per year. And I will always try to be honest. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I'll always try and tell you how I think that it is. $9 million? It's too much. If Leighton Vander Esch is healthy and back to his rookie year form, it's fine. But for the guy we've seen the past couple years, that's too much. I mean, you could have paid Dalvin Tomlinson this amount of money for, at least in year 1, what it's going to cost you LVE. $11 million per year for Dalvin, less in year 1. And I think we have to be concerned about the injury history, right? Yes, he played all 16 games in year 1. Then he missed 7, and then 6. And for reference, missed games by Leighton Vander Esch in year 1 for his first 3 years, 13. Sean Lee, the injury-prone guy, 12. That is a red flag. So the Cowboys love to pay their own guys that they think they're great, and there are other reasons why they don't win as many games for some reason. I'm worried. I really am. So I don't want to pay him $9 million. Maybe the Cowboys change their mind depending on what they do in the NFL draft. So we'll see. But they got to get linebacker help with Joe Thomas also gone. So what would you guys do? Would you pick up LVE's option? Type in Y for yes or type in N for no. Get your votes in for me in the comments section. Go find yourself a Cowboys jersey. Under $100, by the way, at chatsports.com/Cowboys jersey, right? Dak signed. Go get one of his. Amari Cooper locked up for the long term. Tons of jerseys, lots of different varieties as well. All available at chatsports.com/Cowboys jersey. And don't worry, folks, put that link both in the comments and in the description as well. A brief trade rumor here as well around Connor Williams. The idea floated by ESPN's Todd Archer. And I'm open to it to an extent. Will is in the last year of his deal. And Connor McGovern under contract longer. And part of the value for Connor Williams being an average to above average offensive guard by the NFL standards is that he's cheap, right? And if you're not, I don't love the idea of paying him. But I do want to get an aside here. Connor Williams, and you guys know who you are, is a lot better than some of you folks want to admit. And I like Connor McGovern too. And if those guys are your worst or second worst offensive linemen, the O-line is not your problem, okay? It's not. You could start Williams or McGovern and be just fine on the offensive line. And I am fully down with a full-fledged competition. So pick a Connor for me. Type W for Williams or type M for McGovern. Get your votes in the live comment section and, of course, in the normal comment section, too. Again, you have Tyron Smith. You have Tyler Biadasz. You have Zach Martin. You have Leo Collins. I think Biadasz for now is your worst offensive lineman, but he's fine. And Williams or McGovern is a starting caliber O-lineman. And they're not elite. Don't get me wrong there. Okay? But let's just use Pro Football Focus as an example. And frankly, I think they're a bit higher on Connor Williams. But look at where he ranked among players who had at least 10% of the snaps. 16th overall, 32nd in pass block grade, 20th in run block. That is at least an average starting, and this is across all guards. That is a starting caliber guard. Now, do I want to pay him big money? Maybe not. Probably not, frankly. But you're fine with him. You don't have to have a top 5 player at every single O-line position. That's how your defense ends up being really bad. So I am fine to keep Will for a year. I lean towards not paying him because the middle class gets squeezed, but I can wait. If I were to draft a lineman early for whatever reason, I'm going to trade him in a heartbeat, but just keep him for now. He's gonna get you a good comp pick, guys. He's a good football player. So what would you do with Connor Williams? Type P for pay, T for trade, or W for wait. And we got a lot of people watching live right now, over 1,500, and plenty of super chats here to get to as well. So if you want to stay in the know with what's going on around NFL free agency, hit that big red button and subscribe. That way you don't miss anything that we do for you guys here at Chat Sports. So subscribe. News, rumors, trades, free agency. Hit that big red button and subscribe. That way you don't miss out on anything going on around NFL free agency. Now, as a reminder, we do have some super chat specials here, as I do need some more green beer. $1 for a shout out, $5 for just some drinking of limited green beer left, and $15 for a roulette wheel spin. So far, I did some squats. My form was terrible. And producer Sam did a shot as well, doing a fantastic job on that front. There were some super chats that came in. I promise you guys, we will get to those in the very near future. So again, when we do our live mailbag stuff, either use hashtag NFL or super chat to get your questions on the show. That is how you guys make it happen. So again, either super chat, so I see you, Jarek, I see you, Jaden, I see you, Jared, and hear ye, it's King J. All of those things here. So again, super chat if you want to get on the show, or use hashtag Cowboys as well. Or hashtag NFL. God, I'm coming up with Cowboys. I'm so stupid, right? It's the beer. It's not a good excuse there, either way. It is live mailbag time, so use hashtag NFL or super chat to get your questions on today's show. Again, a $5 super chat. I will drink some green beer. From Jarrett Cole, should the Carolina Panthers go after a linebacker in free agency, or the draft as I pour some beer on screen like an idiot? My bad, Sam. Maybe. You know, I don't think linebacker is the biggest need for this Panthers team. As I look at what they have on their roster, you know, you have Shaq Thompson, you brought back Jermaine Carter. depending on what you do elsewhere, it's probably a top 5 need for them. So I'm open to it, but I think at some level, yes. Maybe not your best asset, though, if that makes sense. Jaden Henderson, my guy Tom, this $5 is for you. Thank you, Jaden. The Titans and Patriots got to chill. Colts need some players, too. Is it too late to trade for Wilson? Do you mean Russell Wilson? I assume that's who you mean. That's the Wilson I go to. If I'm wrong, let me know. Yeah, probably is. The Colts will make some moves, though. I promise you. In the near future, Indianapolis will get involved in free agency. It just might not be the big-name guys that you want them to go sign. From Jared, unless the Raiders are restructuring Hudson's contract, arguably our worst move since trading Khalil Mack. I agree. Now, I think you honestly probably argue taking Cleveland Ferrell at 4. That has not panned out very well so far. But yeah, I just don't get it. I think there was a report that Hudson asked for his release, which is weird. Double checking to see if that's actually the case. But I don't get it. I really do not understand the rationale behind doing that. You're getting worse on the offensive line. Hear ye, it's King. Any word on Malcolm Butler? Nothing yet. There will be some interest, though, but probably for less than who's going to make for the Titans. You never answered my question. Darius Williams for our number 1 pick. Is Surtain probably better options? So my bad. Sorry about that. Here, King. There have been a lot of super chats. We got 1,000 people watching. My bad. I think it was number 1 pick for Darius Williams. You got to pay him too. I would probably just draft somebody if I were the Cowboys. I assume that's who the answer was. So I like Darius Williams. Only 1 year of production. Could be a flash in the pan. Now, you mentioned Surtain and Farley. So get your votes in. Who is your favorite NFL draft prospect? I love Caleb Farley. I really do. Is he my favorite? Might be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That's not best, by the way. Just favorite. So scroll down the comments and get your votes in. From Nigel, why are the Raiders releasing Rodney Hudson? I will take this chance to drink some green beer because I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I thought I saw a report that he wanted out, but I might be wrong on that. I'm doing this all live, of course. I do see a report, by the way, just coming out now from Jerry McDonald that it is cash motivated. So they're being cheap. Yikes. From Jaden, shout out to the real MVP producer, Sam. I agree. Sam, say thank you. Unmute yourself. Say thank you.
Thank you, Jaden. Appreciate it. You're the man.
I'll drink to that, too.
Hey, you're the real MVP.
And I say there, KD. Yeah, Sam's awesome, guys. I thank you, Sam. From Mark. Hey, Tom, what options do the Vikings have left in free agency? Save some green beer for tomorrow. We got plenty. Don't worry on that front. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I saw a report that the Vikings are going to look at cornerbacks, which would be just classic Minnesota, by the way. There are a lot of options in terms of different routes they could go. Maybe offensive tackle. I doubt they want a wide receiver 3. They spent a lot of money. So I think maybe cornerback could be an area to look at for Minnesota. Unknown Ethan, Richard Sherman to the Saints. There was a report that Sherman and the Saints had contact. Now the Saints in general, folks, are the single greatest example in NFL history that salary cap space is a miss. Absolute miss. Or myth, excuse me. I misspoke there pretty heavily because I was looking at a different comment that just came in. They need a number 2 corner. If Sherman's going to take a little bit less to go play for a potential contender, Saints make sense. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but New Orleans can make money happen, and they've been super, super aggressive. So just keep that one in mind there. Back of your mind, I don't think so, but yes, it is possible on that one. So, unknown Ethan, I like that question quite a bit. Robert Bruce, Should the Patriots upgrade from Sony Michel and Damian Harris at running back, please? I like Damian Harris. Michel's not been that good. How about this idea? How about Javonte Williams in round 2? I don't think the Patriots should pay a back. They've spent a lot of money already in free agency. I like Damian Harris. I thought he played pretty well for them. Their O-line's a good run-blocking offensive line. How about Travis Etienne? Do you want more explosion? Because that's Etienne to a T. Ingram quick. If the Cowboys get Malik Hooker, Sherman / Kevin King, Mike Pennell, and then Patrick Surtain, Jamin Davis, the linebacker from Kentucky, and then Molden, do we have a chance at the Super Bowl? I don't know if you can get Jamin Davis and Elijah Molden. It helps you. You're a better football team. And if Dak Prescott balls out, anything's possible, I guess, from that perspective. So I'm probably going to lean towards no, but yes, it is possible from that perspective. I just don't know if it's really going to end up being the case. Now let me know what you guys think. Name a player as more super chats come in. Who do you want your team to not sign? Who are you desperate to avoid? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. And while you're down there, make sure you hit that big red button and subscribe. That way you don't miss out on these live mailbags. The only way to get on the show during this live mailbag part is to be subscribed. And I know not all of the 1,500 plus of you guys are subbed. I know you're not. That's okay. Take the opportunity. We are live multiple times a week and more often during these types of free agency moments. So hit that big red button and subscribe today. From my fake burner account, literally, it's not me, guys. How would you feel about DeMonte Casey in the free safety role? His best year was at free safety. So as a cheaper option, coming off injury, big time red flag, I'm open to it. I would not assume, however, that the Cowboys would then be set forever at free safety with DeMonte Casey. I'd still look in the NFL draft. From Carter, bottoms up. With the Cowboys giving Dak a big contract and injury history on their O-line, the Cowboys draft O-line at 10 over a cornerback. I mean, I guess it's possible. But go to that depth chart, producer Sam. O-line is not a need. If everyone is healthy, you're benching a starting caliber player. And if it's Rashawn Slater, in this case, Connor Williams, because Tyron Smith plays left tackle and Lael's at right tackle. And what you're doing all of a sudden is spending your best asset on insurance. And the defense, for now at least, has massive holes everywhere. So yeah, the offensive line is going to be great. The offense will be top 5. Your defense is going to suck. So it's a possibility, sure. If you fill the needs on defense, let's have that conversation. Otherwise, go get me a corner. Antoine Oates, a spin the roulette wheel opportunity here. $20. Spinning that one right now. Again, $15 or more. Spin that roulette wheel. Are the Panthers better with Wilson or Watson returning home? I think you mean Russell Wilson. If I were Carolina, I would move heaven, earth, and hell too to go get Deshaun Watson. He is younger. They are both top 10, top 5 cornerbacks. I would have massive interest in going to get Deshaun Watson. I think that would be a brilliant move for the Carolina Panthers. All right, that roulette wheel, red 21. It says Brett shot. Brett's busy. He can't do it right now. So I'm going to take a shot for producer Brett. Producer Sam, let Brett know that he had to take a shot, but I'm doing it for him. So I'll crack open some. God, I wish I had the Jaeger. Damn it. I love Jaeger. Jaeger's delicious. Oh, I got to tweet real fast. The Titans just made some moves. We'll cut this all out of the mailbag, obviously. Bring me Adoree Jackson to the Cowboys. I'd love to get him. All right. I hate Fireball. Jaeger's better, but I'm weird. It's like crack open my 4th beer of the day. Yikes. I don't want this to spill, so I got to recap it. It's wet from when Sam poured it. It's wet everywhere. And not the good wet either. All right, shot time. There we go. All right, next up. The R&B bro. Should the Niners wait for Watson to be available or sign or draft a quarterback, and which QBs? I think the Niners are in a unique spot where, because they have Jimmy Garoppolo, you can wait on Watson, potentially. You could get to the draft and then make a decision of, if Watson's available, go get him. If not, just go ahead and draft a quarterback, be it maybe a Trey Lance, for example. So I'm open to that idea. I think in general, I'm not sure Watson gets dealt. If he does, I think the Niners make a lot of sense. From Jared Pugh, if the draft falls this way, should the Cowboys pick Kyle Pitts or Caleb Farley at 10? Pitts is special talent. So on my draft board that is agnostic of team need and positional value, Kyle Pitts will be higher than Caleb Farley, I promise you. But if the Cowboys don't figure out what they're doing at the cornerback position, if they have Anthony Brown as cornerback 2, if Farley's there, you have to do it, because the secondary is going to be in major need of an influx of talent. So if you don't have any needs, take the best player, but you got to take best player available at a position of need. From Brokov, Jalen Smith and Chris Jones for Johnny Hecker. You have a cheap, good punter already. Just stick with Hunter Nicewander for the Cowboys. Also, Jalen doesn't save you any money, so probably not on that front. Some NFL gear deals out there right now. Excuse me. Chatsports.com/NFL clearance. The fireball tried to come back up. 55% or $55 right now for some select NFL jerseys, like this Baker Mayfield one, for example. And amongst the other litany of other products on sale for 70% off, you get a hat t-shirt combo for 40% off. Chatsports.com/NFL clearance. Go get yours today. We'll put that link both in the comments and in the description. Robert Neighbor, $5 super chat. So green beer going down. What does Miami need to be a legit contender? Quarterback growth. And I think that can come from Tua. But as of right now, with some of the moves they've, I'm going to say, chosen to make, I think you want a legit center, Rodney Hudson, an edge rusher, probably a better back than the Myles Gaskin-Salvon Ahmed combo. Those areas, the focal point for Miami. From my burner account, save money for an Uber, Tom. Please don't drive. Folks, I will take this opportunity. Do not drive drunk. If you have any type of alcohol at home, just don't drive. Just take the Uber. It's not that expensive. So don't worry. I appreciate that. I'm not going to drive drunk. Don't worry, guys. That's not how I roll. I will take an Uber if I need to. Thank you. Damn, producer Sam. Okay. What are you guys drinking right now? I've got some green beer. This is beer number 4? 3? 4? 4? 4. Let's go with 4. I don't know. We'll round up to 4. Also took a shot of Fireball, which I like Jaeger better, but it's fine. So what are you guys drinking right now? Let me know in the comments section. Few more questions here from Chris Romero. What are the Bears going to do at quarterback? I wish I knew. My boy Harrison Graham is live right now on our Bears channel, so you can go check that out, youtube.com/Bears now. He's also broken down plenty on the Bears' options at quarterback throughout this offseason. They love Russell Wilson. Bears fans going to be down big if they don't get Wilson. It might be Andy Dalton, though. What is the Washington football chance of Deshaun Watson after the draft? I mean, if you can get him, go all out. I don't think that's the route that they're going to end up going. So I'd say like maybe 4%, 5% if I'm being generous. I don't think that is the route they choose to end up going. From Random Box Fan, What of the top 5 to 10 best free agents are left, and where do you believe they will sign? Random box, those are available on our YouTube channel. So rather than a 30-second answer from me here, you can watch a 10-plus minute video on both answers, where they could sign and the top free agents left. Both of those are available on our channel. Links below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. From unknown Ethan, could the NFL for some reason make it 12 on 12 instead of 11 on 11? Sure, they could, and I could win the lottery tomorrow and quit my job. It's not going to happen. From Liam, any defensive tackles that would be impact players? I mean, they're not big-time players, but, you could go get a Jarrell Casey, a Mike Pennell, a Ndamukong Suh. There are defensive tackle options out there. We'll just have to wait and see, who they are and where they go. It's not going to be a Dalvin Tomlinson and Leonard Williams stuff like those guys are already gone. Craig Hanseth, should Seattle sign Hudson or Adoree Jackson? Why not both? Fill your center need, fill your cornerback need. Check the box. Like, they'd be in good shape there. I would love those moves for Seattle. Chris N. Chargers made some great moves on day one. Thoughts on what they might address the rest of the way? Maybe one more cornerback to replace Casey Hayward. A tackle, that could be an option as well. So I think in general, LA probably going to chill a little bit. But I like what they did so far. So I do like those moves for LA. I agree, Chris. They've made a nice start to free agency. And we'll see what else they end up doing. And, of course, what the rest of the NFL will do as well. Yavin Moon, Eagles trade back to Patriots for pick 15 and Gilmore. I don't think the Eagles would want to / be able to afford paying Darius Slay big money and Stephon Gilmore. If you trade for Stephon Gilmore, you are going to throw a borderline record-setting contract at him. Not what Philadelphia can afford right now. I'll drink for that super chat. And the Dilla S, by the way. Who do you think the Bengals will sign next? Any offensive lineman. I am begging on behalf of Bengals fans ever, because I know you guys, I'm from Cincinnati, and Joe Burrow in particular. Go get an offensive lineman. Do not roll into the draft with no upgrades. Go bring in Rodney Hudson and move Trey Hopkins to center, or go sign any offensive guard, a right tackle. Like, get a better offensive line so that Joe Burrow does not die. I am begging you guys right now. Now, if you guys want a shout-out, type in me in the comment section. We'll give some of those here to the 1,400 people live right now. I will drink for the other super chat, by the way. So I'll give some shout-outs. Producer Sam wants to go pee. I'm going to let you go pee, Producer Sam. Everyone, though, type in boo for Sam going to pee. Okay. Utter cowardice. I have to pee too, but I'm not a coward, Sam. I'll get to the super chats that came in too. All right. Rapid fire on these shout-outs. So there's a lot of them here. Luke Boy, Liam, Marioa, Mark, Packers Goat, Richard Rangel, Gatekeeper, BVFN Nova, Luke Boy, Dark Matter Wolf, Devin, JC, Juan, Burnin' Spades, typed in boo, Juan, Mario, Spark D, The Gatekeeper, Derek, C. Gabe, D. Freeman, Luke Boy, Sean, Adrian, C. Gabe, The Gatekeeper, Derek Manning, JG Watt, Skylar, Devin, Mark, Adrian, D. Freeman, C. Gabe, Jesse, BVF Nova, Blade, Max's Podcast, James, Trent, John, Burnin' Spades, Richard, Daniel, Max's Podcast, 999 Forever, Blade, Sean, D-Man, Chris, Mark, Epic. There's a lot of these guys. I'm trying to get to all of you. I promise you here. Qui-Gon Jinn. What a great name. Oliver. Not a great name. Andrew, Epic, Max's, John, Lewis, Chino, Benjamin, Nick, Luis again, excuse me. R&B Bros, John, Axel, Daniel, Dylan, John, Teo. A $10 super chat from Nick Latham. Thank you, Nick. John, Trent, Diego, Teo spamming fake news, but it's funny, so it's fine. Luis, Dylan, JG, the R&B boys, Big Toe. Weird. Jason, Holton, Dylan, Sean, Thick Boy, Benjamin, Jeffrey. Can't say that name out loud. Mario, Antoine, Axel, Teo, Mario, Jerkbait. That's the one I wasn't going to say. Shoot. Gregory, Daniel, Richard says I'm red. Kind of, I guess. Whatever. Q, how do you say that name? Oliver, Dylan, John, William, Blade, Jason, your mom. I'm going to leave it at that because the rest is inappropriate. Game, Terry, Skylar, Terry again. A different Terry, though. JG, a different Terry. 3 Terrys. Wow, that's crazy. Big Pack, Thick Boy, Adam, Kevin, Adrian, Milan, Jose, my fake burner account, Todd Ways, Skylar, Dylan, Mario as well. I'm trying to get as many as I can. There's a lot coming in. I can't get to all of you. I'm trying as many as I can, guys. JG said I said his name wrong. I'm sorry. I'm blaming on the beer. No, it's not the excuse. I'm just reading too fast. Kevin, Todd, and welcome back, producer Sam, as Grio says hi. He's back, everyone. Everyone type in the clap emoji in the comments for producer Sam after his brief pee break. You okay, buddy?
For the record, I refuse to be shamed about this. It happens. Small bladder problems.
All right, what are we doing the rest of the way here, Sam?
Let's get some super chats. Let's answer some more of these that came in.
Let's do that. All right, there were a lot of these that came in, by the way. So as promised, we will get to every super chat. Put in $15. That wheel spin. Also, shout out producer Brett for saying 20 minutes afterward, intern Marshall has to take my shot after I already took it. So we are doing some super chat specials. You guys already super chat, so we're giving you some extra stuff on top of it, right? $1, a shout out. $5, green beer. I'm getting low. I got to refill soon. $15, a roulette wheel spin and some green beer being drunk. It brings me back to my college days. I love it. All right, Tommy, could the Packers get Golladay and Adoree Jackson? I think there's going to be a strong market for both of these guys. I would say that in the end that they get neither. They go cheap because, Aaron Jones got paid. I wouldn't mind Golladay. I think he'd be a great fit opposite Davante Adams, but he doesn't fit what they've typically liked. Of the free agent receivers, I think Will Fuller makes the most sense for the Green Bay Packers. I did want to shout out Nick Latham for his his $10 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. So I'll drink twice for that one. I'll just drink the rest of the beer. I did some drinks earlier for the other super chats, but I'll just drink the rest. All right, I'm out. All right, from Mr. Shuckle with a fun profile pic. Titans cut another player for cap reasons. Who could they possibly go after? So I'm going to give you three positions. Cornerback, wide receiver, or right tackle. I think one of those 3 areas, the Tennessee Titans are about to sign somebody big. I'm talking a JuJu Smith-Schuster, a Russell Okung, flip him to right tackle, a William Jackson. Because there's no reason for Tennessee to cut those guys, cut Adoree Jackson and Dennis Kelly, unless they were going to add somebody big. So I think that is the route that the Titans are going to go. So we'll see. But Mr. Shuckle, I think you're onto something here. I think the Titans are, in the next 24 hours, about to make a big-time splash. So again, I appreciate the super chat, my friend, by the way. Giro says, hi. Hi, buddy. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. Chilling it with Nick throws in $1. There's your shout-out as well. I appreciate that. Nick, another super chat. Oh, it's $15. You put in 10 and 4.99. We'll see. What are the Cowboys' moves? Will they make a decent upgrade on defense? Define decent. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to be active in a decent fashion. Like, is a Gerald McCoy, Dontari Poe at the time-esque signing defense? Or a decent upgrade? If so, yes. If you want more, not sure that's going to be the case here in the end. So just keep an eye on that one. We welcome in our Chicago Bears Now audience as well. I am Tom Downey, currently live on the Chat Sports YouTube channel, and I am being told we have a $15 super chat on our Bears channel. That means it's time for a roulette wheel spin, currently in this part of the studio. So I'll spin that one right now. The roulette wheel spin coming at you guys live on NFL and live on our Bears channel. Red 3. It is a Chase shot. So I'm gonna have Chase Sr., our newest hire at Chat Sports. I'm gonna have him come into our new studio. Is he paying attention? I don't know. There's some fireball right here. I'll pour that one right now. I'm giving Chase a full shot. None of that half-ass shit that Sam did earlier.
To be fair, that's more than one shot in the glass.
It is more than one shot.
It's definitely
a full fireball. It's really clear.
So I really did a shot and a half.
Screen there. Well, we're waiting for Chase Sr. to come on in. Still waiting. He's got to hustle. Sam, go get him. As a Chase Sr., the newest addition at Chat Sports here. Time for a shot here. We did not tell him we were going to do this part. So we are live on our NFL channel, live on our Bears channel as well. Chase, come on up. Here's a shot for you. This is Chase Sr., the newest hire at Chat Sports. Bottoms up, my friend. Yeah, it goes down smooth, right? There you go. Chase Sr. did his $15 super chat the $15 roulette wheel spin. Did his fireball shot there. Bears fans, don't worry. We're going to go back over to Harrison Graham here in just a second to break down all the latest around the Chicago Bears coming up right now. All right, we'll stick here live on NFL as well. We're not going anywhere. I have to pee, but I'm not a coward like producer Sam. Joshua, Rodney Hudson and or Gabe Jackson to Seattle. Adoree Jackson, the Seahawks replacement. I would have interest. If I'm Seattle, if I could get one of those Raiders guys and Adoree Jackson, I take care of two of my three biggest needs, either center or guard and cornerback as well. All of those things are taken care of if I get two of those guys. So, look, the Seahawks have been quiet so far. At some point, they're going to make some splashy moves here. I just don't know when that's going to come. So we will wait and see as to what the Seahawks end up doing. But at some point, they got to get some impact help on the offensive line in particular. Clinton Purcell, as I am out of beer. You want to get me another beer and the green drop, Sam? I'm out here. Anyway, Caleb Farley or Surtain, if both are on the board at pick 10 for the Cowboys. Look, I think I'm in the more minority on this point. I'm going to go with Caleb Farley. And I think for what the Cowboys in particular want, you have Trevon Diggs. And yeah, there's the chemistry aspect of going out and trying to find a guy who played with Trevon Diggs. I think what you want in the end is a faster corner. And that unquestionably, give me the shiner. Heck yeah. I need the green drop, though. Yeah, I'm on the green drop. Sam's getting me more beer. I want Farley. Farley is my number one cornerback this year. I am so intrigued by the ups. The guy's played corner for 2 years and was really great at Virginia Tech. So I acknowledge that I am probably different than most. But for me, I would rather have Caleb Farley for the Dallas Cowboys. So that's just the route I would prefer to go if I were Dallas. Green drop coming up. Ooh, wait a minute. You can see the green on this one. Okay, that's fun. Again, green screen behind me. A singular drop of green color. As I go to the Shiner Bach. Not a sponsor, but Shiner. I love you. Hook me up, man. Come on. No free ads, but also hook me up, brother. Oh, that is such a different color. This is going to look like a damn Guinness when it's all done. I might have to add a second green beer drop. It's too dark. I'll get to some more super chats here as well. Brandon Snow, Adderey Jackson to Dallas. I'm going to speak it into existence. So I have to go back and look at my sourcing from years ago. But I'm pretty sure the Cowboys liked Adderey Jackson quite a bit coming out. I have to go back and look at that. But I'm pretty sure they liked him. And as a surprise cut by the Titans, I'm intrigued. I wonder if Tennessee is about to pay a William Jackson. But yes, I like that fit for Dallas, Seattle, and all the teams that need a potential number 2 cornerback. Antoine Oates, Carolina Nation will be the Panthers MVP in 2021. I mean, I think the answer, the safe answer, is Christian McCaffrey, because he's the big time player, the notable contract. I kind of want to say insert quarterback here though, because I don't know who it's going to be. Is it Trey Lance? Is it Justin Fields? Is it Deshaun Watson? Teddy Bridgewater? In general, the quarterback is the most important player on every single team. That is how the NFL works in today's marketplace. But for Carolina, I don't know who it is. So because of that, I'll be a coward and say Christian McCaffrey in the end. From Post Baloney. I love that one. I mean, it's pronounced baloney, but post balone also, I guess, works too there, producer Sam. That's fun. I like that one. Thank you for your super chat. I will drink for some of the ones that came in here. You can definitely see this beer. It is green. It is a much darker green than what we've been doing, though. So, bottoms up. It's I don't know. It's a brownish green. So, what I want you guys to do right now is grade your team's free agency so far. What I'm going to have you do here, producer Sam, is record this part so I can go pee, and then we'll come back afterwards. We're going to recap all of the moves that have happened so far. But what I want you guys to do in the meantime, and then we'll get to the super chats. I see you trolling, burner account. Don't appreciate it. Grade your team's free agency. A, B, C, D, or F. Get your votes in, and I will get some shout-outs here. I see an A, an F, D, and F, F, F. Ooh, boy, lots of Fs. Seahawks and Cowboys fans, not happy, and I get it. That makes plenty of sense. So get your votes in. A, B, C, D, or F. You're watching NFL Daily live on Chat Sports, Day 2 of the NFL free agency legal tampering period. We're going to recap all of the moves that have happened so far in NFL, or at least all of the notable ones, I'll say. We're going to go kind of rapid fire early here. These are some of the older ones. I love the Kevin Zeitler deal. I love the Shaq Barrett deal. Great value, great players for teams trying to contend. Well done. Panthers added 2 offensive linemen who, I'm just going to be honest, I don't think they're very good. Cam Irving, Pat Elflein. Depth, I guess. JuJu Smith and Romeo Okwara also got the bags. We'll talk plenty about the Patriots here in just a little bit. Texans adding some depth special teams guys here. Andre Roberts, Kamu Grugier-Hill. Cheap, short-term deals. Doesn't really fix their problems, though. The Patriots have been among the most active teams in the NFL free agency period so far. Matthew Judon and Jalen Mills, big-time contracts, $456, $424. Not that much guaranteed on Mills. And I also want to mention Gerard Davis, a bigger-than-expected deal with the New York Jets. From Joe Tooney, how about that one, right? A massive deal. 5 years, $80 million, one of the biggest contracts so far in the open market. I remember when Twitter was like, oh my God, the Patriots can't sign an offensive line because they paid Mahomes, and they throw money at Joe Thuney. Reminder, the salary cap doesn't really exist. Also want to mention John Johnson, Browns going to run plenty of 3 safety sets. So what is the best free agent signing thus far? Hit that or let me know in the comments, as I get all over the place here. Yeah, subscribe too if you want. What's your favorite move? We have not gotten to mine yet, but let me know in the comments your best free agent signing so far. Patriots again paid Dietrich Wise 4 years, $30. Malik Collins somehow got more than what the Raiders paid him after he was terrible, so I'll be honest, I don't get that Texans deal whatsoever. The Chargers throwing money out of the top center, Corey Linsley, a 5-year, $62.5 million deal. Shelby Harris re-signs with Denver. Producer Sam, what do you think? I like this deal. I think pretty good value. Thoughts?
I love this deal for Denver.
All right. Sam agrees with me. Smart move by Denver, who, by the way, also declined the option on Kareem Jackson. Here's my favorite move on the screen. It's the first one. Yannick Ngakoue, 2 years, $26 million. It's less than Trey Flowers got. And Yannick Ngakoue is way better than Trey Flowers. I love that deal. Nelson Aguilar, by the way, getting the exact same deal as Ngakoue. Raiders won that one, I promise you. Leonard Floyd, breakout year, and got the bag. Reminder, folks, for the Rams, the salary cap and the Saints too does not exist. We're just going to make money appear. It's not a prohibiting factor if you really want to pay somebody. Keep that in mind as we go through this list. Ronald Darby, 3 years, $30. I will once again kick it over to producer Sam as our Broncos fan and host here. What do you think?
Don't love it for $30 million, but we needed a CB1. I like Darby, so I'll live with it.
He's not a CB1. He's a CB2.
He will be this year.
Yeah, you're going to be disappointed there. I also want to mention Rob Gronkowski. This is a 1-year, $10 million deal, but from the way the Bucs structured it, there are a bunch of fake years on the back end. It's not going to count $10 million on the cap. They're going to push that money into the future when they're not trying to repeat as Super Bowl champions. So who is the biggest free agent winner thus far? Patriots have been a popular answer here. Not the Cowboys, not the Seahawks. Packers, Vikings, as Mark says, not that happy either. So let me know who you think the biggest free agent winner is thus far. Now, I want you guys to subscribe to Chat Sports as well for literally nonstop free agency updates. I was here, and I think, Sam, you're here too, from 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 Eastern Time to about 8 o'clock. We're here. We're here for you guys to break down all of the news and rumors in terms of what's going on around the NFL. Daily videos, multiple times a day. Hit that big red button and subscribe. Titans made a splash, by the way, for Danico Autry after they lost Corey Davis. I like Autry. Kind of a weird fit, but he's a good player. Corey Davis got the bag. Breakout year. Good for the Jets to actually pay somebody. They also, by the way, paid Carl Lawson a 3-year, $45 million deal coming over from the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Titans-Jets here, popular right now, paid Bud Dupree. I'm just going to say it. It's too much money. 5 years, $82.5 for a guy that has had 2 good years and coming off a torn ACL. That's too much. I don't like that move for Tennessee. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not a big fan of it. The Bengals replaced Carl Lawson with Trey Hendrickson, who had more sacks, but I will be honest, is not as good of a football player. I like Carl Lawson more, but I will give the Bengals credit. They spent some money in free agency, and that's a big deal for them. I love, by the way, the Dalvin Tomlinson deal. Truly fantastic for the Cincinnati Bengals. Or for the Vikings, excuse me. Now, who is the biggest loser in NFL free agency? I think, as mentioned in the comments, Cowboys, Seahawks, Packers, Vikings. Not that much action. I'm actually going to say not Minnesota. But let me know what you guys think. Who is the biggest loser in free agency so far? I'll get some shout-outs here. I see Raiders, Giants, Cowboys, Seahawks, Colts. It's fair. Giants. It's fair, too. Ravens, Seahawks again. Patriots, Colts, Panthers, Giants, Seahawks again. Lots of Seahawks in there, and that's pretty darn fair. The Patriots, by the way, signed the 2 top tight end free agents, Hunter Henry and JuJu Smith. They're going to roll back that 12 personnel 2 tight end set. And the Washington football team, by the way, added Ryan Fitzpatrick. Probably going to start for them. Chidobe Awuzie replacing William Jackson. He has not yet signed anywhere, but he's going to replace him as a 3-year, to-be-announced monetary deal. Tyus Bowser is the big one on this front. 4 years, $27 million. A lot of to-be-determined deals that are all going to come in fairly cheap. The Jags getting active too. Rashawn Jenkins and Shaquille Griffin get the bag. Big-time money as Jacksonville spends in the first year with Urban Meyer as their head coach. Mike Hill, these are the newer ones, so I'll spend some more time on these. Tyson Alualu, 2 years, $6 million. The Jags investing in the defensive line to kind of build a good rotation there. Derek Rivers, Pastor Jack gets his guy. He and Pastor Jack are big-time friends. 1 year, 1.3, pass rusher depth. Mike Hilton goes to the Bengals. He will replace Mackenzie Alexander, as a nickel corner. 4 years, $24 million. Big-time money the Bengals in the past 2 years. Completely have overvamped their secondary. Tack McKinley to the Browns on a 1 year. I think it's up to $6 million. I think it's more of a $4 million base, but that is there. Well, they couldn't get Von Miller, so they settled on Tack McKinley instead. Some more moves here. Ty Nsekhe goes to the Cowboys to be determined. A cheaper deal to be their swing tackle. Leonard Williams, meanwhile, gets the bag from the Giants. 3 years, $63 million. A massive deal for an interior defensive lineman. And the Giants, by the way, also added John Ross on a 1 year, $2.5 million deal. Only $1 million guaranteed, not promised a roster spot. Quick note here, by the way, not included, this is roster additions. The Titans have cut both Adoree Jackson and Dennis Kelly. And I do want to make a verbal note here. Chidobe Awuzie, 3 years, $21.75 million. So that is the update on that one there for Chidobe Awuzie and the Bengals. Now, if you guys want to allow me to go pee as we get kind of ready for a reset here, as our Bears channel is live, our Raiders channel is live, all that kind of stuff there. We've got 1,300 people watching live. I've consumed 5 beers today. And I got to break the seal. I'm sorry. So if we can get to 700 likes, half of our live audience, only 100 more likes, I am being told I'm allowed to go take a bathroom break. So do me a favor and like today's video. And I see those super chats from Nick and my burner account and Post Baloney and Mr. Lubo. We will get to those as well. But I'd like to go pee. Like, this is the problem. Like, for the first 3 years I was here at Chat Sports, never once did I take a break during our NFL Draft live coverage. And then last year, they make me drink all this beer, and I got to go pee. And it's bullshit. Like, I will swear, because they cannot censor me. So I want to go take a very quick bathroom break. I appreciate Daniel says go pee, my guy. Thank you. Maybe at the draft this year I'll set up a catheter. I've had one of those before. No, it's not a sick brack, Sam. Incredibly painful. Not fun. Would not, advise ever. It's not a fun moment there. We need 40 more likes, and I can go take a quick bathroom break there. And again, Mr. Lubo, Post Baloney, Nick Balome, Sean Kennedy as well. and then my burner account. We will get to your super chats here in just a little bit, but we got to get to 25 more likes. I'll drink some beers from those that came in since I got to go pee anyway, right? I see 684. We're close. We're close. I'd love to go pee. As a reminder, we've been live for 2.5 hours, Sam, is that right? 2.5 hours, no breaks whatsoever. We will come back as more news comes in. We'll recap the news, do some live mailbag as well. I need 5 more likes so I can go take a very quick bathroom break here and probably get some more beer from... Oh, I got more beer. Look at that. Pour it in. Nice. 709 likes. So what we're going to do, very short break. We'll recap all the moves. These are like 10 minutes max. And then we'll get to some more mailbag. All coming up right now live on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. You're watching NFL Daily live on Chat Sports. Day 2 of the NFL free agency legal tampering period. We're going to recap all of the moves that have happened so far in NFL, or at least all the notable ones, I'll say. We're going to go kind of rapid fire early here. These are some of the older ones. I love the Kevin Zeitler deal. I love the Shaq Barrett deal. Great value, great players for teams trying to contend. Well done. Panthers added 2 offensive linemen who, I'm just going to be honest, I don't think they're very good. Cam Irving, Pat Elflein. Depth, I guess. JuJu Smith and Romeo Okwara also got the bags. We'll talk plenty about the Patriots here in just a little bit. Texans adding some depth special teams guys here. Andre Roberts, Kamu Grugier-Hill, cheap short-term deals. Doesn't really fix their problems, though. The Patriots have been among the most active teams in the NFL free agency period so far. Matthew Judon and Jalen Mills, big-time contracts, $456, $424. Not that much guaranteed on Mills. And I also want to mention Gerard Davis, a bigger than expected deal with the New York Jets. From Joe Thuney, how about that one, right? A massive deal. 5 years, $80 million, one of the biggest contracts so far in the open market. I remember when Twitter was like, oh my God, the Patriots can't sign an offensive line because they paid Mahomes. And they throw money at Joe Thuney. Reminder, the salary cap doesn't really exist. Also want to mention John Johnson, Browns going to run plenty of 3 safety sets. So what is the best free agent signing thus far? Hit that big, or let me know in the comments, as I get all over the place here. Yeah, subscribe too if you want. What's your favorite move? We have not gotten to mine yet, but let me know in the comments your best free agent signing so far. Patriots again paid Dietrich Wise 4 years, $30. Malik Collins somehow got more than what the Raiders paid after he was terrible, so I'll be honest, I don't get that Texans deal whatsoever. The Chargers throwing money out of the top center, Corey Linsley, a 5-year, $62.5 million deal. Shelby Harris re-signs with Denver. Producer Sam, what do you think? I like this deal. I think pretty good value. Thoughts?
I love this deal for Denver.
All right. Sam agrees with me. Smart move by Denver, who, by the way, also declined the option on Kareem Jackson. Here's my favorite move on the screen. It's the first one. Yannick Ngakoue, 2 years, $26 million. It's less than Trey Flowers got. And Yannick Ngakoue is way better than Trey Flowers. I love that deal. Nelson Aguilar, by the way, getting the exact same deal as Ngakoue. Raiders won that one, I promise you. Leonard Floyd, breakout year, and got the bag. Reminder, folks, for the Rams, the salary cap, and the Saints too, does not exist. We're just going to make money appear. It's not a prohibiting factor if you really want to pay somebody. Keep that in mind as we go through this list. Ronald Darby, 3 years, $30. I will once again kick it over to producer Sam as our Broncos fan and host here. What do you think?
Don't love it for $30 million, but we needed a CB1. I like Darby, so I'll live with it.
He's not a CB1. He's a CB2.
He will be this year.
Yeah, you're going to be disappointed there. I also want to mention Rob Gronkowski. This is a 1-year, $10 million deal. But from the way the Bucs structured it, there are a bunch of fake years on the back end. It's not going to count $10 million on the cap. They're going to push that money into the future when they're not trying to repeat as Super Bowl champions. So who is the biggest free agent winner thus far? Patriots have been a popular answer here. Not the Cowboys, not the Seahawks. Packers, Vikings, as Mark says, not that happy either. So let me know who you think the biggest free agent winner is thus far. Now, I want you guys to subscribe to Chat Sports as well for literally nonstop free agency updates. I was here, and I think Sam, you're here too, from 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 Eastern Time to about 8 o'clock. We're here. We're here for you guys to break down all of the news and rumors in terms of what's going on around the NFL. Daily videos, multiple times a day. Hit that big red button and subscribe. Titans made a splash, by the way, for Danico Autry after they lost Corey Davis. I like Autry. Kind of a weird fit, but he's a good player. Corey Davis got the bag. Breakout year. Good for the Jets to actually pay somebody. They also, by the way, paid Carl Lawson a 3-year, $45 million deal coming over from the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Titans Jets here, popular right now, paid Bud Dupree, I'm just going to say it, it's too much money. 5 years, $82.5 for a guy that has had 2 good years and coming off a torn ACL. That's too much. I don't like that move for Tennessee. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not a big fan of it. The Bengals replaced Carl Lawson with Trey Hendrickson, who had more sacks, but I will be honest, is not as good of a football player. I like Carl Lawson more, but I will give the Bengals credit. They spent some money in free agency, and that's a big deal for them. I love, by the way, the Dalvin Tomlinson deal. Truly fantastic for the Cincinnati Bengals. Or for the Vikings, excuse me. Now, who is the biggest loser in NFL free agency? I think, as mentioned in the comments, Cowboys, Seahawks, Packers, Vikings. Not that much action. I'm actually going to say not Minnesota. But let me know what you guys think. Who is the biggest loser in free agency so far? I'll get some shout-outs here. I see Raiders, Giants, Cowboys, Seahawks, Colts. It's fair. Giants. Fair too. Ravens, Seahawks again, Patriots, Colts, Panthers, Giants, Seahawks again. Lots of Seahawks in there, and that's pretty darn fair. The Patriots, by the way, signed the 2 top tight end free agents, Hunter Henry and JuJu Smith. They're going to roll back that 12 personnel 2 tight end set. And the Washington football team, by the way, added Ryan Fitzpatrick. Probably going to start for them. Chidobe Awuzie replacing William Jackson. He has not yet signed anywhere, but he's going to replace him as a 3-year, to-be-announced monetary deal. Tyus Bowser is the big one on this front. 4 years, $27 million. A lot of to-be-determined deals that are all going to come in fairly cheap. The Jags getting active too. Rashawn Jenkins and Shaquille Griffin get the bag. Big-time money as Jacksonville spends in the first year with Urban Meyer as their head coach. Mike Hill, these are the newer ones, so I'll spend some more time on these. Tyson Alualu, 2 years, $6 million. The Jags investing in the defensive line to kind of build a good rotation there. Derek Rivers, Pastor Jack gets his guy. He and Pastor Jack are big-time friends. 1 year, 1.3, pass rusher depth. Mike Hilton goes to the Bengals. He will replace Mackenzie Alexander, as a nickel corner. 4 years, $24 million. Big-time money. The Bengals in the past 2 years completely have overvamped their secondary. Tack McKinley to the Browns on a 1 year. I think it's up to $6 million. I think it's more of a $4 million base, but that is there. Well, they couldn't get Von Miller, so they settled on Tack McKinley instead. Some more moves here. Ty Nsekhe goes to the Cowboys, to be determined, a cheaper deal to be their swing tackle. Leonard Williams, meanwhile, gets the bag from the Giants. 3 years, $63 million, a massive deal for an interior defensive lineman. And the Giants, by the way, also added John Ross on a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. Only $1 million guaranteed, not promised a roster spot. Quick note here, by the way, not included, this is roster additions. The Titans have cut both Adoree Jackson and Dennis Kelly. And I do want to make a verbal note here. Chidobe Awuzie, 3 years, $21.75 million. So that is the update on that one there for Chidobe Awuzie and the Bengals. Welcome back into NFL Daily Live. I am your host, Tom Downey. The bathroom break is over now. So what we're going to have for you guys coming up here in just a little bit, we'll get to some of your super chats and the mailbag portion of today's show. We will also recap all of the news that has happened over the past day-ish around NFL free agency because shit gets crazy, right? There's always a lot of moves going on in terms of signings around the NFL. So stay tuned for all of that. It's coming up. Before we dive into it, are you guys enjoying NFL free agency? Get your votes in here. Y for yes, N for no. I'll give some shout-outs to get a sip of this is actually caffeine water because I didn't sleep well last night. My dog was being a jerk. It is no longer a loop, JG Wyatt. You're welcome. So, are you enjoying NFL free agency? Y for yes, N for no. Hunter says yes. Jason says yes. Curtis says yes. Deuce says no. Tetran King says no. He's a Seahawks fan. I see mostly yeses coming in here. Couple N's as well, but mostly yeses. James says yes. Mark says no. Max says no. JG Wyatt says no. Deuce says no. The Cowboys did nothing. Keep your votes coming in here. Y for yes, N for no. Are you guys enjoying NFL free agency? I also want you guys to shout out your favorite NFL team. Get your votes in the comments section. Side note here, by the way, you guys should be subscribed. We're live multiple times a week, daily, actually multiple times a day, videos here on the on the NFL, Cowboys, Seahawks, general free agency, every team. Like we got you guys covered, right? So hit that big red button and subscribe. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. I see let's get some shout outs here. Falcons, Seahawks, Dolphins, Patriots, Ravens, Titans, Chargers, Dolphins, Red Sea, Cardinals, Jaguars, Cowboys, Chargers, Cowboys, Raiders, Chargers, Seahawks, Cardinals again, Cowboys, Panthers, Seahawks, Texans, Dolphins, Patriots, Chiefs, Titans, Chargers, Packers, Cowboys, Steelers, Packers, Seahawks, Raiders, Packers, Seahawks, Chargers, Cowboys. So pretty common theme right there. Keep your votes coming. Shout out your favorite NFL team for me in the comments section. Now, as promised, time for a live NFL mailbag. 2 ways to get on the show. You can either super chat as Hunter and Post Baloney and Nick and my burner account all did earlier. We'll get to your guys's. Or if you don't want to spend the money, which is cool, use hashtag NFL. It makes life a hell of a lot easier for producer Sam to find your questions as they flow in live on YouTube. So either super chat or use hashtag NFL to get on the show. Live mailbag time here. I am your host, Tom Downey. All of the questions coming in from our live NFL daily audience here on Tuesday. Get to Sean Kennedy. Too many beers. Sorry. Who will my Raiders get as a backup running back now that Booker is gone to the Giants? Also, Mitch, you're awesome and go Raiders. Well, I'll pass that along to Mitch here. Draft pick? I mean, I think for the Raiders, if you could look to round 4-ish, I think that makes some sense. Does Trace Sherman feel what they wanted? Do they want a more pass-catching option? You know, could you? I think he might be off the board too early, but does a Memphis running back make some sense for you? Those could be options. If I'm the Raiders, because I don't want to pay backs, I would draft somebody later on. Nick Lanham, Farley at 10, and Malik Hooker, Malcolm Brown, Malcolm Butler, and Rodney Hudson for the Cowboys. I'm worried about linebacker, but if Hudson is affordable, sure, I'm not sure he's going to be. Farley at 10, Malcolm Butler, you're set at cornerback. I would say round 2, go find a safety. But again, if you can fill the needs at cornerback, at safety, at linebacker, at defensive end too, potentially with Aldon Smith being a free agent, you set yourself in a much better shape for the NFL draft. From Post Malone or Post Baloney, whatever you think, are the Colts sleepers who have some 1-year contracts build a series contender and then pay Leonard and Nelson next year? I'd say sure. The Colts have cap space available. Now, Chris Ballard is a more conservative GM, but if you could bring on cheaper 1-year deals and keep your cap space open for the future, I'm intrigued by that. I think Leonard gets paid at some point, and I think Quentin Nelson does end up making a whole lot of sense, of course, with a massive deal for Indianapolis. So who do you guys not want your favorite NFL team to sign? Who are you desperately trying to avoid? Get your votes in the comments section. Are you looking for trying to avoid a corner or a receiver? Let me know any player you don't want your NFL team to sign. From Mr. Lubo, Adoree Jackson to the Cowboys, how likely? Say it's possible. I have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure in the pre-draft process when he came out, the Cowboys were high on Jackson. And since most of the scouting staff is still there, I think there would be some interest. Now, I think Jackson will take some time if he was just cut, but as an outside corner, when he was at Tennessee, giving some speed, I think he certainly makes some sense. Hunter 84, do the Patriots have enough cap space to sign someone like a Kenny Golladay or a Curtis Samuel? So let me pull up their cap space here. In general, yes. You can always sign insert one free agent here. This is outdated, but I see like 40 plus million. So let's just say it's like 20 million. You can go make it work. But the Patriots already signed 2 receivers. So I wouldn't anticipate the Patriots adding another high-priced one. But yes, if they want to, they do have some money still available. Bray is back in the live chat. I assume it's the same Bray. Welcome back, man. I haven't seen you in a while here. Chase, Waddle, or Smith at number 3. Take your pick. Do you want a more speedy guy? Take Jalen Waddle. Do you want the route runner and hands guy? Take Devonta Smith. Do you want the contested catch guy? Take Jamar Chase. If I were Miami, honestly, what I would do, trade down. Does Carolina want to move up? Stay in the top 10. I promise you one of those guys would be there for Miami. So any of those guys I'm fine with if I were the Miami Dolphins. From Aiden Hartman, should Seattle try for Trent Williams? Here's the problem. Trent Williams, left tackle. Dwayne Brown, also a left tackle. So at that point, what are you doing with him? Who are you moving to right tackle? If you can get him on the cheap, yeah, of course, but he's going to command 20 plus million. So call if you want. I'm not going to get my hopes up whatsoever for Seattle and Trent Williams. Matan Sach also asking about Trent Williams. How about Kansas City? What are the odds the Chiefs get him? And if so, if they don't get him, who do they start at left tackle? It's a great question. The move to go get Joe Thuney makes me wonder if they're going to spend on a tackle. They've taken care of the offensive guard spot, center an area of need. Could you move the kid that they took from TCU, Lucas Niang, to left tackle? Possibly. Maybe he stays at right tackle. So I know the Chiefs were interested in him, so at least 10%. I wonder if the Joe Thuney move, though, takes them out of the ring. I'd have a tough time seeing the Chiefs paying $80 million to Joe Thuney over 5 years and $20+ million a year to Trent Williams as well. So make your predictions for me. Where will Trent Williams sign? Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. Is he going to sign with the Niners? That's my prediction. Somewhere else? Let me know what you guys think in the comments and make your guesses as to where Trent Williams will sign in NFL free agency. Chris N., thoughts? The Chiefs go after Troy Hill, who looks on Brandon Staley, and then Richard Sherman. Hill's fine, and that makes sense to me as another cornerback option. I don't think the organization wants to pursue Sherman because you took Nasir Adderley in round 2. I think they want to make him the free safety going forward. From a deer, Texans re-sign Will Fuller. If they do, how much? 3 years, 30 or 38 million. I kind of think Fuller wants more. I mean, you just saw Nelson Aguilar go for 13 million? Yeah, 13 million. So I think he's going to ask for at least 17. Does he get that? I don't know. I think Houston is daring him to find more money elsewhere. Fishing Life Mike. What a great username. Cowboys most likely adding a free safety on a 1-year deal. So would you trade back from 10 to get to Trevon Merrick and another pick? Like, I'm down to trade down in general, but maybe just wait and see if Merrick and or Richie Grant are there for you in round 2. I like Merrick. I have concerns about the TCU safety, by the way, from Merrick, being a true single high free safety. In fact, I wonder if Richie Grant would be a better fit for what the Cowboys want to do on offense as opposed to Trevon Merrick. I love both those guys. If I'm Dallas, though, even if I'm moving in like 25, is Merrick the right guy? I'm not sure. From James Huff Stickler. What a great last name. Do the Panthers re-sign Curtis Samuel? I mean, it's possible. I just think in the end, be it Washington or somebody else, is going to throw more money at Curtis Samuel. So, yes, it is an option, but I think it is far more likely that Samuel signs elsewhere in NFL free agency. Now, subscribe to Chat Sports if you guys want all of the latest NFL news. If you love the NFL, hit that big red button. We got over 1,000 people watching live as we enter hour 3 of today's live show. So hit that big red button if you want all of the latest NFL news and rumors and trades, draft free agency, all of it. And it's all for free. Subscribe today. From Big Pack 214, William Jackson or Adoree Jackson for the Cowboys. From a likelihood perspective, A. Jackson. He's going to be cheaper. From an impact perspective, go get me William. But again, Adoree's far more likely. Evan White, what will the Cardinals do with their draft pick? Great question. I think cornerback makes sense, especially if they lose Patrick Peterson. I would venture to say one of J.C. Horn from South Carolina, Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, or Patrick Peterson, or not Patrick Peterson, Patrick Surtain are there for the Cardinals in round 1. So I think cornerback probably makes the most sense. From Jackson, draft range for Kenneth Gainwell, the running back from Memphis. Back end of round 2 at the earliest, beginning of round 4 at the latest. So late, mid-ish day 2, early day 3. I think is a sweet spot for Kenneth Gainwell. From I Green Easy, Richard Sherman to the Jets. Very possible. I think that with the familiarity of Robert Saleh there, I think that makes some sense. Like I think that would be a natural fit for Sherman and New York. So we will see what they end up doing. But yeah, I think that could be a fit there. Now, speaking of the Niners, and of course the rest of the NFL, head over to chatsports.com/NFL clearance. 40% off on this t-shirt combo for a bunch of different NFL teams. You can get an NFL jersey as well. $54.99. Under $55 for some select NFL jerseys. And oh, by the way, plenty of them are actually 70% off. So tons of deals out there. Chatsports.com/NFL clearance. That'll be in the comments and in the description. From Brokov, Tannehill and 2 first-round picks for Wilson, all the Seahawks comp picks. How are the Titans getting picks back here? That does not make any sense to me whatsoever. Frankly, Seattle says no and hangs up the phone anyway, because Tannehill and 2 late firsts, not enough. I am Astro. Will the Broncos get a quarterback in the draft, and if so, who? I think they go get a veteran. I mean, you can cross off Andy Dalton since he just signed with the Chicago Bears, but I think they get a veteran of some capacity, and they roll with Locke for one more year and make a final call next offseason. From Madden Monster, what should the Washington football team do? I mean, you signed your quarterback, so from that perspective, you're probably fine there. How about finding a replacement for Ronald Darby? He is gone. That leaves Kendall Fuller, Jimmy Moreland, and that's about it under contract. So I think cornerback and receiver, probably the areas, maybe tight end. I think from a free agency perspective, Washington should be searching for. Beyond that, I think they're in pretty good shape. Giants fan wants to know who will get Kenny Golladay. I think the Giants are in play there. Speaking of, Washington, Miami, I think there's a market for Golladay. I just don't think it's been the same level as to what the Giants have been what Galladay's been searching for in the open market. Now, if you guys have questions that we can't get to on today's live show, because I see like a dozen DMs on my Twitter, hit me up at WhatGoingDowney. My DMs are open just so you guys can hit me up on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. Lone Wolf, y'all are sleeping on Waddle. He's not just a speedy guy. He's the most complete receiver in this draft. Good routing, speed, size, hands. He's not that big, but I'm in agreement with you. If it wasn't for that injury, I'd probably have Waddle as wide receiver 1. I've not locked myself in to a wide receiver 1, 2, or 3 amongst the Waddle, Smith, or Chase. I'm going to give myself some more time there. But Waddle's going to at least, I think, in the end, be wide receiver 2. 3 great receivers, but I loved him. I've loved him for years out of Alabama. Tyler Samples, is Avery Williamson a free agent? I'm pretty sure. Let me double check real fast here. Check my free agency notes. Avery Williamson is a free agent. They also, by the way, Pittsburgh did just cut Vince Williams. So 2 significant free agents at linebacker for them. It's Trident, bruh. Everyone's sleeping on Cam Newton, but as a true Patriots fan with a year of COVID coming off surgery and signing 2 top tight ends, I have faith. I don't think that Newton is a lock to be prime Cam Newton. But compared to options like Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I'm down to gamble on Cam Newton. So sure, if I would not rule out a quarterback early, but I think you can survive with Newton at quarterback. Speaking of the AFC, make your predictions. AFC East champs, my bad. Who are you going with? Type BUF for the Buffalo Bills. Type NE for the Patriots. Type MIA for the Miami Dolphins. Or you can type in NYJ for the New York Jets. So get your votes in here. Who do you have winning the AFC East? I also want to shout out, by the way, James Huffstickler for his $1 super chat. From Bradster, who will the Niners end up with at quarterback? I mean, I think the most likely outcome in terms of like the percentages is probably Jimmy Garoppolo. I also think Jimmy Garoppolo is under 50% chance. Does that make sense? Like, he's the plurality outcome, but not the majority outcome. RMB Bros, Should the Niners sign Casey Hayward Jr.? I think that's a good fit. I don't think it's a guarantee, but you brought back Verrett, you brought back Emmanuel Mosley, you bring in Casey Hayward. That means you don't have to go cornerback in round 1. So I think that makes some sense. Who plays nickel, though? Hayward? Verrett? They've kind of both done it before, so that could be an option. I like that move, though, for the 49ers. Alien Whisperer 007. Or Alien Whisperer, excuse me. Who should the Jags pick up? It's a great question. Do you want to go spend big on a receiver? As I look at what they have in terms of needs, you're going to take Trevor Lawrence, number 1. You added a corner, you added a safety, you added defensive tackle depth. I wonder if Jacksonville is close to being done, and if they'll spend their plethora of draft picks to add some more younger talent in the end. Caden Junie, Chargers at number 13. Trade up for Pitts. Your thoughts? Do you trust the offensive tackle spot? If so, sure. Beyond that, maybe just stay put at 13. There is a non-zero chance that the LA Chargers could get Pitts at 13. But as a Hunter Henry replacement, he makes a ton of sense. Sergio says, is J.C. Horn the best corner in the draft? Agree or disagree? I disagree. And I understand people who like J.C. Horn. I get that. I do think that Caleb Farley and Patrick Surtain are better corners. I like Horn, don't get me wrong, but I think him as CB1, I just disagree with that in the end. From Brokov, do you think Andy will/should start for the Chicago Bears? I think he will end up starting. Don't think he should start in the end for the Chicago Bears. So I think that's the most likely outcome here for the Chicago or for the Bears. We'll see. Obviously, would love to get Russell Wilson, but the deal that Dalton signed probably indicates he's going to start for them in the end. Which team has the best NFL jerseys? I'm going to give producer Sam some time here to add some of these recent signings where we dive into that. Marvin Jones, Taylor, and Dalton, probably the specific ones there for you, Sam. So get your votes in here. What NFL team has the best jerseys? I will shout out Super Yoshi 66616, his super chat, just verbally. You're good there, Sam. Hawks signed JuJu, trade David Moore. David Moore is a free agent. You cannot trade him. And if you're Seattle, spend the money on JuJu on the offensive line. Here's a super chat. Thank you, Sam. Don't spend money on your number 3 receiver. Go sign an offensive lineman. That is not good as far as I'm concerned. Roster management for Seattle. So, good question. I appreciate that super chat there as I'll drink for the Hunter one here. Which NFL team has the best jerseys? Rick said the Chargers. I agree. I think the powder blues are the absolute best. I adore them. I think that those are the best options out there in terms of best jerseys. There are plenty of great ones, don't get me wrong. I see a 49ers. It's fine. I see Chargers, Eagles, Bucks. Waiting for more here. Niners, Chargers, the Eagles alternates. Okay, I can get on board with that. I personally, I love the stars on the shoulders for the Cowboys. I think those are awesome. Not everyone agrees with me. Cowboys again. Bucks, the all-white Niners. Okay, don't mind that one. Chargers, the Niners leak jerseys. Okay. Seahawks in there. They're solid. Rams, Bucks, the Oilers. Wow, what a blast from the past right there. Giants, Raiders, Chargers, Giants again. Cardinals, the Chargers powder blue. I agree. I love the powder blues. They're so awesome. Someone said Denver Nuggets. I meant NFL. Like I'm talking about best NFL jerseys here. Rams, just kidding. Good burn. Raiders, Giants, color rush. The Colts, all blues. Raiders, all white. Okay. All orange Bears. Interesting. Giants, Cardinals. Giants, Raiders. Same one. Do you want to push that way in real fast for me, too? Thank you very much. Oh, you're all good. Steelers, color rush. The Steelers, Bumblebees, by the way, worst ones in NFL history. By far. Texans, Bucks, Niners, Texans, Eagles, Niners, Giants as well. Get some more shout-outs here. Marvin Jones, by the way, 2-year, $14.5 million. Just signed with the Jags. We'll get to that in a little bit here. Super chat from Johnny Boy. Will the Patriots pursue Golladay or Samuel or go 2 tight end? It's going to be two tight end heavy. That's going to be their offense. Hunter Henry, JuJu Smith are both going to play a ton. Like, that is going to be the key focal point for this team. So, Golladay, Samuel, potentially, but in reality, 2 tight end set is going to be the focal point for the Patriots. So I appreciate the super chat there, Johnny Boy. I'll drink for it too, because you know what? Why not? Lakers thrown in there as well, which, okay, I guess that's fine. Whatever. News I'll mention as we get the rest of these graphics built out. No rush there, producer Sam. The Saints have traded defensive lineman Malcolm Brown to the Jags. So that is a note I'll mention right now. Probably not going to get much from them, the Saints will, but they do save some money and get a draft pick back from Jacksonville. The Saints were desperately asking anybody to go out and add Malcolm Brown. I think they said they were going to cut him, so significant there in terms of that particular option there. Again, I see Grizzlies. Oh, Jackson says Bumblebee still is the best as the best jersey. No way. I disagree. I appreciate the comment. I hate those jerseys. They are simply not that good. I think they're a bad jersey combo in today's NFL. So keep those votes coming for the best NFL jersey. Now, what we're going to do next, we're going to recap all of the moves. A bunch of them just came in, so stay tuned. We'll go from more newest to oldest. A ton of NFL news here coming up on this free agency tracker. So keep those votes coming. NFL jerseys. All right, the best one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments section here. Your boss says Cowboys news. Not really. They added Ty and Seki. Like that's about it. So again, we're gonna recap all of the latest NFL news here in just a second here. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up, and then we'll put that on loop as well. But let me know in the comments the best NFL jerseys. NFL Daily Live here with host Tom Downey. That's me. Breaking down this NFL free agency tracker. A bunch of new deals just came in. So let's break them all down. We're kind of newest to oldest, right? This one's important. Tyrod Taylor, 1 year, up to $12.5 million. Guess what this is, folks? This, ladies and gentlemen, is Deshaun Watson insurance. In the event that he gets dealt, they can start Tyrod Taylor. It'll come in less on the cap, but that is Deshaun insurance through and through. The Jags got Marvin Jones on a 2-year, $14.5 million deal, so that adds some more receiver depth there. Cyan just asked about some moves that the Giants made. Here's 2 of them. John Ross, a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. That's $1 million guaranteed. And then the big one, Leonard Williams, 3 years, $63 million. That is one of the more expensive defensive line deals in NFL history. Also, by the way, Andy Dalton, 1 year, $13 million. Bears fans who wanted Russell Wilson, I know you're down bad. I'm sorry. I will be honest. I think Dalton is better than Nick Foles, but not by that much. The Cowboys, by the way, in line to get a potential 4th-round comp pick for him. They also added, the Cowboys did, Ty Nsekhe on a cheap 1-year deal. Mike Hilton, the big one on this list right here, a 4-year, $24 million deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. He will be their new nickel corner. Tyson Alualu goes to the Jags. They've been pretty active. Derek Rivers gets to reunite with his buddy Jack Easterby, both big religious people, which is fine. 1 year, $1.3 million. Tack McKinley gets a surprisingly big deal for not being that great as of late. 1 year, $6 million with the Cleveland Browns. Who is the top free agent sleeper left out there? Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. Any player that is left out that you think could be a potential great value in NFL free agency, get your votes in for me in the comments section. As mentioned, Jacksonville, super busy. Rashawn Jenkins, Shaquille Griffin, 4 years, 35, 3 years, 44.5, pulling them from the Chargers and the Seahawks respectively. Chargers did bring back Michael Bagley. Kicker, who cares? Cowboys brought back special teamer C.J. Goodwin. Cowboys also paid Jake McQuaid, the long snapper, so that happens. LP's gone. Tyus Bowser, the big one on this list, 4 years, $27 million. The Ravens had already lost both Yannick Ngakoue and Matthew Judon. More on them in a little bit. Washington has their new starting quarterback, Ryan Fitzpatrick, a 1 year, $10 million deal, a little bit more if he gets the certain incentives there. He should probably start. Hunter Henry to the Patriots because they want to add more tight ends. Good for them. And the details have come in, by the way, on the Chidobe Awuzie contract. 3 years, $21.75 million. That's I think, actually pretty decent deal for the Bengals. Awuzie can be a number 2 cornerback. Now, we're going to keep you covered on what else happens in NFL free agency today, tomorrow, next week, and beyond. So if you want to stay in the know with what's going on around the NFL, hit that big red button and subscribe. Make sure notifications are turned on, by the way. That way you don't miss any of our videos here at Chat Sports. NFL free agency, we got you covered. As the draft approaches, we got you covered there as well. Trey Hendrickson goes to the Bengals, a 4-year, $60 million deal. It's a lot of money. And then Dalvin Tomlinson, I love this deal for Minnesota. 2 years, $22 million, $11 million per for a run stopper who can also open the pass rush. Love that for Minnesota. I will always be honest with you guys, I don't love the Bud Dupree deal. 5 years, $82.5 million. Now, maybe it's backloaded. Maybe it'll end up looking a little bit better. But $16.5 million, which is more than what Carl Lawson got, I don't love it. I really don't. I am a big believer in Lawson. Love that for the Jets. I also want to mention Jameis Winston to the Saints, or back to the Saints. 1 year, up to $12 million cap hit wise. It's going to come in less than that with some unlikely to be earned incentives there. He'll compete / outright start with Taysom Hill as the quarterback for New Orleans. Taysom Hill, excuse me. Corey Davis gets the bag from the Jets. 3 years, $37.5 million. He and Denzel Mims probably going to be the outside starters for the Jets. I like the Michael Davis deal. 3 years, money to be determined, but that's a good move there in the end for the Chargers. Danico Autry goes to Tennessee from the Colts to the Titans. 3 years, just over $7 million per year. He, Jeffrey Simmons, and probably like a Matt Dickinson. Pretty good front in that 3-4 focus scheme for the Tennessee Titans. Ronald Darby to the Broncos on a 3-year, $30 million deal. He's going to start for them. I wonder if corner's off the board in round 1 for Denver. Gronk gets a 1 year, $10 million deal. From a cap perspective, though, it's not quite that. There's some fake years tacked on to the back end of it. So he gets $10 million this year, but that will not be the cap hit in year 1 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they go all in to win with one Tom Brady. Grump might be a fun answer here, but shout out your favorite player for me in the comments section. Any player you want, let me know in the comments section. Oh, by the way, maybe you want a new jersey. Well, if you go to chatsports.com/NFL clearance, select jerseys are on sale for under $55. Most of them under $100, by the way, as well. And these are official NFL jerseys. Tons of items on sale, up to 70% off at chatsports.com/NFL clearance. So check that link out at the bottom of your screen. We'll put it in the comments and the description as well. Some older moves here. Yannick Ngakoue gets $26 million, fully guaranteed over 2 years from the Raiders. Love that move. Nelson Aguilar goes to the Patriots, 2 years, $26 million. Leonard Floyd on a 4-year, $64 million deal. Joe Thomas, a 1-year, $2 million deal with the Houston Texans. So, decent moves. I love the Yannick one the most of all, though. The Chargers paid Corey Linsley. I love it. Protect Justin Herbert. It's a logical move there. Fantastic move by L.A. Producer Sam agrees with me. I also like the Shelby Harris move by the Denver Broncos. 3 years, $27 million. Malik Collins for Houston, I don't understand how, got more money than he made last year with the Raiders, despite being worse than he was in his previous year with the Cowboys. Cam Sutton, congrats. He is the Steelers' new nickel corner. They said the Chiefs had no money, and then they paid Joe Thuney a 5-year, $80 million deal. I love it. Protect Mahomes, as we saw in the Super Bowl. Kind of a big deal, right? Roy Robertson Harris, a lot of money, underrated player. John Johnson, I like him. Good value for Cleveland at 3 years, $33.75 million. So let me know in the comments now who you think the biggest free agent winner is. Is it the Chiefs? Is it the Patriots? Somebody else? Let me know what you guys think. And the Chargers too in the comments section. Speaking of New England, super busy. Matthew Judon, 4 years, $56 million. Jalen Mills, 4 years, $24 million. Gerard Davis is an interesting move. 1 year, $7 million. I think it's too much. He was not that good for the Lions. Texans also added Andre Roberts and Kamu Grugier-Hill. Depth guys, Jason Verrett could start for the Niners next year. And then some of the earlier moves here. Pat Elflein, a 3-year, $13.5 million deal. Cam Irving, 2 years, $10 million. I don't love it. Jonnu Smith, he and Hunter Henry, the best 1-2 punch by far in the NFL at tight end this upcoming season. And then some of the earliest moves we had this week in NFL free agency. God, I love the Shaq Barrett deal. So he took less in the end. He took a 72 over 4 deal, $18 million, worth every penny. He could have got 20 on the open market. So I want you guys now to grade your team's free agency thus far. A, B, C, D, or F. Get your votes in the comments section. Give some shout-outs here as well as these start to flow in. And then some super chats. I see you saying. We'll get to it. I promise you. Demena says A+, a D from Kylo Ren, F for the Cowboys, D for the Broncos. Do you agree, Sam? D?
I'd probably go
pretty low.
C+, B-.
Okay, that's fair. Mark says F. Cowboys says D. A from Jason. C for the Colts. B for the Raiders. Feels about right. C for the Bengals. Also feels about right from a long-time subscriber, Kevin Otto. D for the Dolphins. Aiden wants an F in the chat for the Seahawks. Sounds about right there. C for the Bengals. F for Dallas. C for the Bengals. D for the Broncos. A for the Chargers. Also feels about right. All right, the super chats I wanted to get to here from Johnny Boy. Patriots pursue Golladay or Samuel, go 2 tight end. They're going to use 2 tight ends. They are going to run, probably for the majority of their reps, 12 personnel. 2 tight ends, 1 back. That's my expectation. Cyan, can you talk a little bit about the moves the Giants made? I want a big top receiver to come help. Daniel Jones, hit that like and sub button. Yeah, you're right, Cyan. Hit that like button and subscribe. We're going to be live again tomorrow for you. If you add a receiver, in addition to Leonard Williams, that's not named John Ross, because I want a bigger Kenny Golladay type player, yeah, I'm on board there. I don't know if they'll do it. If they do, I think that certainly makes plenty of sense. Now we're about to go to loop here. Now I will make note, We did mention we were already live on our Bears channel, so that one's probably not going to happen. We might also cut into our Raiders Report channel as well. We did cut in for Rodney Hudson move, so we'll see on that one. But what we did go through earlier here is our NFL free agency tracker. That in particular is going to come up next on Loop. So if you missed any of the moves over the past 30-ish hours, make sure you're subscribed. That way you don't miss out next time. But all of the notable moves in NFL free agency thus far, they're coming up next on Loop here on NFL Daily. NFL Daily live here with host Tom Downey, that's me, breaking down this NFL free agency tracker. A bunch of new deals just came in, so let's break them all down. From kind of newest to oldest, right? This one's important. Tyrod Taylor, 1 year, up to $12.5 million. Guess what this is, folks? This, ladies and gentlemen, is Deshaun Watson insurance. In the event that he gets dealt, they can start Tyrod Taylor. It'll come in less on the cap, but that is Deshaun insurance through and through. The Jags got Marvin Jones on a 2-year, $14.5 million deal, so that adds some more receiver depth there. Cyan just asked about some moves that the Giants made. Here's two of them. John Ross, a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. That's $1 million guaranteed. And then the big one, Leonard Williams, 3 years, $63 million. That is one of the more expensive defensive line deals in NFL history. Also, by the way, Andy Dalton, 1 year, $13 million. Bears fans who wanted Russell Wilson, I know you're down bad. I'm sorry. I will be honest, I think Dalton is better than Nick Foles, but not by that much. The Cowboys, by the way, in line to get a potential 4th-round comp pick for him. They also added, the Cowboys did, Ty Nsekhe on a cheap 1-year deal. Mike Hilton, the big one on this list right here, a 4-year, $24 million deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. He will be their new nickel corner. Tyson Alualu goes to the Jags. They've been pretty active. Derek Rivers gets to reunite with his buddy Jack Easterby, both big religious people, which is fine. 1 year, $1.3 million. Tack McKinley gets a surprisingly big deal for not being that great as of late. 1 year, $6 million with the Cleveland Browns. Who is the top free agent sleeper left out there? Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. Any player that is left out that you think could be a potential great value in NFL free agency, get your votes in for me in the comments section. As mentioned, Jacksonville, super busy. Rashawn Jenkins, Shaquille Griffin, 4 years, $35, 3 years, $44.5, pulling them from the Chargers and the Seahawks respectively. Chargers did bring back Michael Bagley. Kicker, who cares? Cowboys brought back special teamer C.J. Goodwin. Cowboys also paid Jake McQuaid, the long snapper, so that happens. LP's gone. Tyus Bowser, the big one on this list, 4 years, $27 million. The Ravens had already lost both Yannick Ngakoue and Matthew Judon. More on them in a little bit. Washington has their new starting quarterback, Ryan Fitzpatrick, a 1 year, $10 million deal. A little bit more if he gets the certain incentives there. He should probably start. Hunter Henry to the Patriots because they want to add more tight ends. Good for them. And the details have come in, by the way, on the Chidobe Awuzie contract. 3 years, $21.75 million. That's I think, actually pretty decent deal for the Bengals. Awuzie can be a number 2 cornerback. Now, we're going to keep you covered on what else happens in NFL free agency today, tomorrow, next week, and beyond. So if you want to stay in the know with what's going on around the NFL, hit that big red button and subscribe. Make sure notifications are turned on, by the way. That way you don't miss any of our videos here at Chat Sports. NFL free agency, we got you covered. As the draft approaches, we got you covered there as well. Trey Hendrickson goes to the Bengals, a 4 year, $60 million deal. It's a lot of money. And then Dalvin Tomlinson, I love this deal for Minnesota. 2 years, $22 million, $11 million per for a run stopper who can also open the pass rush. Love that for Minnesota. I will always be honest with you guys, I don't love the Bud Dupree deal. 5 years, $82.5 million. Now, maybe it's backloaded. Maybe it'll end up looking a little bit better. But $16.5 million, which is more than what Carl Lawson got, I don't love it. I really don't. I am a big believer in Lawson. Love that for the Jets. I also want to mention Jameis Winston to the Saints, or back to the Saints. 1 year, up to $12 million cap hit wise. It's going to come in less than that with some unlikely to be earned incentives there. He'll compete / outright start with Taysom Hill as the quarterback for New Orleans. Excuse me. Corey Davis gets the bag from the Jets. 3 years, $37.5 million. He and Denzel Mims probably going to be the outside starters for the Jets. I like the Michael Davis deal. 3 years, money to be determined, but that's a good move there in the end for the Chargers. Danico Autry goes to Tennessee from the Colts to the Titans. 3 years, just over $7 million per year. He, Jeffrey Simmons, and probably like a Matt Dickinson. Pretty good front in that 3-4 focus scheme for the Tennessee Titans. Ronald Darby to the Broncos on a 3-year, $30 million deal. He's going to start for them. I wonder if corner's off the board in round 1 for Denver. Gronk gets a 1-year, $10 million deal. From a cap perspective, though, it's not quite that. There's some fake years tacked on to the back end of it. So he gets $10 million this year, but that will not be the cap hit in year 1 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they go all in to win with one Tom Brady. Grupp might be a fun answer here, but shout out your favorite player for me in the comments section. Any player you want, let me know in the comments section. Oh, by the way, maybe you want a new jersey. Well, if you go to chatsports.com/NFL clearance, select jerseys are on sale for under $55. Most of them under $100, by the way, as well. And these are official NFL jerseys. Tons of items on sale, up to 70% off at chatsports.com/NFL clearance. So check that link out at the bottom of your screen. We'll put it in the comments and the description as well. Some older moves here. Yannick Ngakoue gets $26 million, fully guaranteed over 2 years from the Raiders. Love that move. Nelson Aguilar goes to the Patriots, 2 years, $26 million. Leonard Floyd on a 4-year, $64 million deal. Joe Thomas, a 1-year, $2 million deal with the Houston Texans. So, decent moves. I love the Yannick one the most of all, though. The Chargers paid Corey Linsley. I love it. Protect Justin Herbert. It's a logical move there. Fantastic move by LA. Producer Sam agrees with me. I also like the Shelby Harris move by the Denver Broncos. 3 years, $27 million. Malik Collins for Houston, I don't understand how, got more money than he made last year with the Raiders, despite being worse than he was in his previous year with the Cowboys. Cam Sutton, congrats. He is the Steelers' new nickel corner. They said the Chiefs had no money, and then they paid Joe Thuney a 5-year, $80 million deal. I love it. Protect Mahomes, as we saw in the Super Bowl. Kind of a big deal, right? Roy Robertson Harris, a lot of money, underrated player. John Johnson, I like him. Good value for Cleveland at 3 years, $33.75 million. So let me know in the comments now who you think the biggest free agent winner is. Is it the Chiefs? Is it the Patriots? Somebody else? Let me know what you guys think, and the Chargers too, in the comments section. Speaking of New England, super busy. Matthew Judon, 4 years, $56 million. Jalen Mills, 4 years, $24 million. Gerard Davis is an interesting move. 1 year, $7 million. I think it's too much. He was not that good for the Lions. Texans also added Andre Roberts and Kamu Grugier-Hill. Depth guys, Jason Verrett could start for the Niners next year. And then some of the earlier moves here. Pat Elflein, a 3-year, $13.5 million deal. Cam Irving, 2 years, $10 million. I don't love it. Jonnu Smith, he and Hunter Henry, the best 1-2 punch by far in the NFL at tight end. this upcoming season. And then some of the earliest moves we had this week in NFL free agency. God, I love the Shaq Barrett deal. So he took less in the end. He took a 72 over 4 deal, $18 million, worth every penny. He could have got 20 on the open market. So I want you guys now to grade your team's free agency thus far. A, B, C, D, or F. Get your votes in the comments section. Give some shout-outs here as well as these start to flow in. And then some super chats. I see you saying. We'll get to it. I promise you. Demena says A+. A D from Kylo Ren. F for the Cowboys. D for the Broncos. Do you agree, Sam? D?
I'd probably go
pretty low.
C+, B-.
Okay, that's fair. Mark says F. Cowboys says D. A from Jason. C for the Colts. B for the Raiders. Feels about right. C for the Bengals. Also feels about right from a longtime subscriber, Kevin Otto. D for the Dolphins. Aiden wants an F in the chat for the Seahawks. Sounds about right there. C for the Bengals. F for Dallas. C for the Bengals. D for the Broncos. A for the Chargers. Also feels about right. All right, some super chats I wanted to get to here from Johnny Boy. Patriots pursue Golladay or Samuel, go 2 tight end. They're going to use 2 tight ends. They are going to run, probably for the majority of their reps, 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, 1 back. That's my expectation. Cyan, can you talk a little bit about the moves the Giants made? I want a big top receiver to come help. Daniel Jones, hit that like and sub button. Yeah, you're right, Cyan. Hit that like button and subscribe. We're going to be live again tomorrow for you. If you add a receiver, in addition to Leonard Williams, that's not named John Ross because I want a bigger Kenny Golladay type player, yeah, I'm on board there. I don't know if they'll do it. If they do, I think that certainly makes plenty of sense. Now we're about to go to loop here. Now I will make note, we did mention we were already live on our Bears channel, so that one's probably not going to happen. We might also cut into our Raiders Report channel as well. We did cut in for Rodney Hudson move, so we'll see on that one. But what we did go through earlier here is our NFL free agency tracker. That in particular is going to come up next on loop. So if you missed any of the moves over the past 30-ish hours, make sure you're subscribed. That way you don't miss out next time. But all of the notable moves in NFL free agency thus far, they're coming up next on loop here on NFL Daily. NFL Daily live here with host Tom Downey, that's me, breaking down this NFL free agency tracker. A bunch of new deals just came in, so let's break them all down. Kind of newest to oldest, right? This one's important. Tyrod Taylor, 1 year, up to $12.5 million. Guess what this is, folks? This, ladies and gentlemen, is Deshaun Watson insurance. In the event that he gets dealt, they can start Tyrod Taylor. It'll come in less on the cap, but that is Deshaun insurance through and through. The Jags got Marvin Jones on a 2-year, $14.5 million deal, so that adds some more receiver depth there. Cyan just asked about some moves that the Giants made. Here's 2 of them. John Ross, a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. That's $1 million guaranteed. And then the big one, Leonard Williams, 3 years, $63 million. That is one of the more expensive defensive line deals in NFL history. Also, by the way, Andy Dalton, 1 year, $13 million. Bears fans who wanted Russell Wilson, I know you're down bad. I'm sorry. I will be honest, I think Dalton is better than Nick Foles, but not by that much. The Cowboys, by the way, in line to get a potential 4th-round comp pick for him. They also added, the Cowboys did, Ty Nsekhe on a cheap 1-year deal. Mike Hilton, the big one on this list right here, a 4-year, $24 million deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. He will be their new nickel corner. Tyson Alualu goes to the Jags. They've been pretty active. Derek Rivers gets to reunite with his buddy Jack Easterby, both big religious people, which is fine. 1 year, $1.3 million. Tack McKinley gets a surprisingly big deal for not being that great as of late. 1 year, $6 million with the Cleveland Browns. Who is the top free agent sleeper left out there? Let me know what you guys think in the comments section. Any player that is left out that you think could be a potential great value in NFL free agency, get your votes in for me in the comments section. As mentioned, Jacksonville, super busy. Rashawn Jenkins, Shaquille Griffin, 4 years 35, 3 years 44.5, pulling them from the Chargers and the Seahawks respectively. Chargers did bring back Michael Bagley. Kicker, who cares? Cowboys brought back special teamer C.J. Goodwin. Cowboys also paid Jake McQuaid, the long snapper, so that happens. LP's gone. Tyus Bowser, the big one on this list, 4 years, $27 million. The Ravens had already lost both Yannick Ngakoue and Matthew Judon. More on them in a little bit. Washington has their new starting quarterback, Ryan Fitzpatrick, a 1 year, $10 million deal. A little bit more if he gets the certain incentives there. He should probably start. Hunter Henry to the Patriots because they want to add more tight ends. Good for them. And the details have come in, by the way, on the Chidobe Awuzie contract. 3 years, $21.75 million. That's I think, actually pretty decent deal for the Bengals. Awuzie can be a number 2 cornerback. Now, we're going to keep you covered on what else happens in NFL free agency today, tomorrow, next week, and beyond. So if you want to stay in the know with what's going on around the NFL, hit that big red button and subscribe. Make sure notifications are turned on, by the way. That way you don't miss any of our videos here at Chat Sports. NFL free agency, we got you covered. As the draft approaches, we got you covered there as well. Trey Hendrickson goes to the Bengals, a 4-year, $60 million deal. It's a lot of money. And then Dalvin Tomlinson, I love this deal for Minnesota. 2 years, $22 million, $11 million per for a run stopper who can also open the pass rush. Love that for Minnesota. I will always be honest with you guys, I don't love the Bud Dupree deal. 5 years, $82.5 million. Now, maybe it's backloaded. Maybe it'll end up looking a little bit better. But $16.5 million, which is more than what Carl Lawson got, I don't love it. I really don't. I am a big believer in Lawson. Love that for the Jets. I also want to mention Jameis Winston to the Saints, or back to the Saints. 1 year, up to $12 million cap hit wise. It's going to come in less than that with some unlikely to be earned incentives there. He'll compete / outright start with Taysom Hill as the quarterback for New Orleans. Corey Davis gets the bag from the Jets. 3 years, $37.5 million. He and Denzel Mims probably going to be the outside starters for the Jets. I like the Michael Davis deal. 3 years, money to be determined, but that's a good move there in the end for the Chargers. Danico Autry goes to Tennessee from the Colts to the Titans. 3 years, just over $7 million per year. He, Jeffrey Simmons, and probably like a Matt Dickinson. Pretty good front in that 3-4 focus scheme for the Tennessee Titans. Ronald Darby to the Broncos on a 3-year, $30 million deal. He's going to start for them. I wonder if corner's off the board in round 1 for Denver. Gronk gets a 1-year, $10 million deal. From a cap perspective, though, it's not quite that. There's some fake years tacked on to the back end of it. So he gets $10 million this year, but that will not be the cap hit in year 1 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they go all in to win with one Tom Brady. Grump might be a fun answer here, but shout out your favorite player for me in the comments section. Any player you want, let me know in the comments section. Oh, by the way, maybe you want a new jersey. Well, if you go to chatsports.com/NFL clearance, select jerseys are on sale for under $55. Most of them under $100, by the way, as well. And these are official NFL jerseys. Tons of items on sale, up to 70% off at chatsports.com/NFL clearance. So check that link out at the bottom of your screen. We'll put it in the comments and the description as well. Some older moves here. Yannick Ngakoue gets $26 million, fully guaranteed over 2 years from the Raiders. Love that move. Nelson Aguilar goes to the Patriots, 2 years, $26 million. Leonard Floyd on a 4-year, $64 million deal. Joe Thomas, a 1-year, $2 million deal with the Houston Texans. So, decent moves. I love the Yannick one the most of all, though. The Chargers paid Corey Linsley. I love it. Protect Justin Herbert. It's a logical move there. Fantastic move by LA. Producer Sam agrees with me. I also like the Shelby Harris move by the Denver Broncos. 3 years, $27 million. Malik Collins for Houston, I don't understand how, got more money than he made last year with the Raiders despite being worse than he was in his previous year with the Cowboys. Cam Sutton, congrats. He is the Steelers' new nickel corner. They said the Chiefs had no money, and then they paid Joe Thuney a 5-year, $80 million deal. I love it. Protect Mahomes, as we saw in the Super Bowl. Kind of a big deal, right? Roy Robertson Harris, a lot of money, underrated player. John Johnson, I like him. Good value for Cleveland at 3 years, $33.75 million. So let me know in the comments now who you think the biggest free agent winner is. Is it the Chiefs? Is it the Patriots? Somebody else? Let me know what you guys think, and the Chargers too, in the comments section. Speaking of New England, super busy. Matthew Judon, 4 years, $56 million. Jalen Mills, 4 years, $24 million. Gerard Davis is an interesting move. 1 year, $7 million. I think it's too much. He was not that good for the Lions. Texans also added Andre Roberts and Kamu Grugier-Hill. Depth guys, Jason Verrett could start for the Niners next year. And then some of the earlier moves here. Pat Elflein, a 3-year, $13.5 million deal. Cam Irving, 2 years, $10 million. I don't love it. Jonnu Smith. He and Hunter Henry, the best 1-2 punch by far in the NFL at tight end this upcoming season. And then some of the earliest moves we had this week in NFL free agency. God, I love the Shaq Barrett deal. So he took less in the end. He took a 72 over 4 deal, $18 million, worth every penny. He could have got 20 on the open market. So I want you guys now to grade your team's free agency thus far. A, B, C, D, or F. Get your votes in the comments section. Give some shout-outs here as well as these start to flow in. And then some super chats. I see you saying. We'll get to it. I promise you. Demena says A+. A D from Kylo Ren. F for the Cowboys. D for the Broncos. Do you agree, Sam? D?
I'd probably go
pretty low.
C+, B-. Okay,
that's fair. Mark says F. Cowboys says D. A from Jason. C for the Colts. B for the Raiders. Feels about right. C for the Bengals. Also feels about right from a long-time subscriber, Kevin Otto. D for the Dolphins. Aiden wants an F in the chat for the Seahawks. Sounds about right there. C for the Bengals. F for Dallas. C for the Bengals. D for the Broncos. A for the Chargers. Also feels about right. All right, some super chats I wanted to get to here from Johnny Boy. Patriots pursue Golladay or Samuel, go 2 tight end. They're going to use 2 tight ends. They are going to run, probably for the majority of their reps, 12 personnel. 2 tight ends, 1 back. That's my expectation. Cyan, can you talk a little bit about the moves the Giants made? I want a big top receiver to come help. Daniel Jones, hit that like and sub button. Yeah, you're right, Cyan. Hit that like button and subscribe. We're going to be live again tomorrow for you. If you add a receiver, in addition to Leonard Williams, that's not named John Ross because I want a bigger Kenny Golladay type player, yeah, I'm on board there. I don't know if they'll do it. If they do, I think that certainly makes plenty of sense. Now we're about to go to loop here. Now I will make note, we did mention we were already live on our Bears channel, so that one's probably not going to happen. We might also cut into our Raiders Report channel as well. We did cut in for Rodney Hudson move, so we'll see on that one. But what we did go through earlier here is our NFL free agency tracker. That in particular is going to come up next on loop. So if you missed any of the moves over the past 30-ish hours, make sure you're subscribed. That way you don't miss out next time. But all of the notable moves in NFL free agency thus far, They're coming up next on Loop here on NFL Daily.
Tom Downey said you might see some more free agency tracker fake news because Harrison Graham here getting you all set up with what the Bears are doing at quarterback. It ain't Russell Wilson. Andy Dalton has signed a one-year deal worth up to $13 million. I'm going to break it all down, and then Tom will hop back in here, and he'll get you caught up on everything happening. Jacoby Brissett, Tyrod Taylor. He'll get you caught up on all the free agency news that are going around. Right now, though, we're going to take a live look at what's going on with the Chicago Bears. Harrison Graham here on Chicago Bears Now. You can follow me on Twitter at HGrahamNFL. The Bears have signed Andy Dalton, the quarterback we've all been waiting for this offseason in Chicago. One-year deal up to $13 million. $10 million is the base salary, and then up to $13 with $3 million in incentives. Free agent quarterback options were certainly decreasing. Guys like Jameis Winston had signed, Cam Newton, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and with a cherry on top, the Seahawks aren't trading Russell Wilson at this point in time, according to Adam Schefter. More on him in just a few moments. But first, what's your one-word reaction to the Bears signing the Red Rifle, or as some call him in recent years, the Red BB gun? Let us know in the comments. One-word reaction to Andy Dalton getting a contract with the Chicago Bears. My one word, underwhelming. Pretty darn underwhelming if you ask me. But let me know what you guys think. What's your one-word reaction to the Bears signing Andy Dalton? So we talk more about Andy Dalton here as he is the newest quarterback of the Chicago Bears. And like I said, it's pretty underwhelming. Okay last year, 65%, under 2,200 yards, 14 tutties, 8 interceptions, and mop-up work for the Cowboys. Remember, Dak Prescott missed most of last season, so Andy Dalton, I believe he started 8, 9, 10 games, somewhere in that range. He missed a game or two as well with a pretty gnarly concussion. 33 years old, isn't old by any means, but haven't we seen the best of Andy Dalton? I kind of think we have. The Bears were swinging for Russell Wilson, and to their credit, it appears they tried to get him. ESPN after Adam Schefter reports that they made a strong push for Russell Wilson, but Seattle plans to keep Russell Wilson as of now, which is something I said from the beginning was going to be the likely scenario. Don't listen to B-Rob on this one. A trade was never imminent. They tried, but ultimately struck out when it came to Russell Wilson. Maybe something changes down the road, but at this point, Wilson is staying in Chicago, and the Bears had shifted to Andy Dalton. We'll see if they do anything else at quarterback, but it does not appear that Russell Wilson will be an option for the Chicago Bears. If it's time to fire Ryan Pace, first of all, that was last year, but hey, it's never too late. Type F in the comments, spam it for me. The Bears GM just can't figure it out when it comes to the quarterback position. In his defense, options were limited, but you know what? When you keep Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy in, you end up with Andy Dalton. That's not exactly inspiring. Type F if it's time to fire Ryan Pace. And while you're doing that, subscribe to the channel. It's tough times. I get it. We can vent together here on this channel, youtube.com/Bears Now. All of the Chicago Bears news and rumors all off season long. We'll see if they have a trick up their sleeves at quarterback, but as of now, looks like it's going to be Andy Dalton. Anything that happens, we'll break it down here on this channel, so go ahead and subscribe by going to youtube.com/Bears Now, or if you're watching on our Bears channel, just hit that big red button. Now, don't forget, Nick Foles, he's still in the fold right now. Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, QB battle. Who's ready? Not me. That's not very inspiring. Once again, that's the word of the day. Lack of inspiration when it comes to Andy Dalton, when it comes to the Chicago Bears quarterback room. Mitchell Trubisky, I fully expect to move on. I do think that is confirmed with this Dalton signing. Trubisky will not be in Chicago. Maybe Foles gets moved and they draft a quarterback. Who knows? We'll certainly look at some draft options in the future as we move forward. But, man, Andy Dalton versus Nick Foles, that leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to the quarterback position for the Bears. Hopefully they take a look at some other options, but there's not a lot left unless you look at the NFL draft. I'm not counting on Deshaun Watson. You probably shouldn't either. You look at these two guys side by side, if this is the competition, gross, because both these guys are fringe starters. They're really good backups at this point. You don't want Andy Dalton or Nick Foles to start for your football team in 2021. I love Andy Dalton. Hell, I've played basketball with the guy. He went to the same college with me at TCU. Don't want him as my starting quarterback and not that interested at this point in his career. I will say I do think he's better than Nick Foles, but I don't think he's that much better. Like, I don't think getting Andy Dalton in the fold is the difference in the Bears making a deep run next year. Answer this question. Who's the better quarterback right now? AD for Andy Dalton, type NF for Nick Foles. I'll type AD. I think it's a very slight upgrade, but again, not nearly a big enough upgrade to make a difference. If I'm Allen Robinson, I want out even more than I did as recent as yesterday. So, again, this sucks. Not getting Russell Wilson stinks, but I've kept it real with you guys all along. I've said, hey, push for Wilson, push for Watson. It's probably not going to happen, but you should try everything. And this is really the dilemma you created when you brought back Ryan Pace especially, but even Matt Nagy to a certain extent. These guys can't afford to not win next year. So if you're not going to commit to a rebuild and try and draft a guy, then you have to bring in a veteran. Well, when you swing and miss on Watson, you swing and miss on Russell Wilson, who that's clearly not going to be the option here. As Adam Schefter says, the Seahawks are not trading him at this point in time. You end up with an Andy Dalton of the world. That's kind of what happens when you keep a lame duck GM and a lame duck coach. They'd rather take their chances with a veteran quarterback that's kind of just okay at this point than trying to move up in the draft. Maybe they'll change their minds. Maybe they'll move up in the NFL draft to try and get, I don't know, a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance or even a Mac Jones or someone like that. But it does not appear Russell Wilson will be the answer for the Chicago Bears. Should the Bears draft a quarterback? Type Y for yes. Type in for no. I want to get your votes on this. I think they should. I think they should look at moving up in the draft now. I don't care what happens with Pace and Nagy. I think you got to try and find your quarterback for the future. The only risk is, can Ryan Pace evaluate quarterbacks? No, he can't. So that's why you should have fired him. But that's neither here nor there. Y for yes, N for no. Should the Bears draft a quarterback? And no, I do not want Kellen Mond. So we circle back to the news. Andy Dalton, 1 year, up to $13 million. Looks like $10 million is guaranteed. Good for him. He let his ego go last year a little bit, decided to be a backup with Dallas, got a chance to play quite a bit, and I'll be honest, he was not great for the Cowboys last year, so the fact that it looks like he's got a pretty decent chance of starting in 2021, that's great for Andy Dalton, right? Like, if you're Andy Dalton, you're living pretty. You get a pay raise after not playing that well in Dallas with a good receiving core. Yeah, that's not bad for Andy Dalton and Chicago. Is it great for the Bears? Don't really think so, but I've been proven wrong in the past before. Maybe we will again. Maybe we can rally around Andy Dalton and we can see 2013 Andy Dalton, but I'm not exactly banking on that front. I haven't heard a lot of chatter when it comes to Deshaun Watson. Obviously, I would still explore that, but it just doesn't seem very likely at this point. Do want to hit on the Allen Robinson impact on this as well. Think about this. He's already upset you haven't paid him. Now he's thinking about going to war with either Nick Foles or Andy Dalton. I'm demanding a trade if I'm Allen Robinson. I want out. I'm holding out. I'm demanding a trade. You've already not paid me, and now you've delivered me another stopgap quarterback. No, thank you. I'm not playing for this team if I'm Allen Robinson moving forward. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's just me being honest. I think that's what I would do if I was Allen Robinson. The guy's never played with a good quarterback, so don't be shocked if he demands a trade. Subscribe. We'll keep you guys updated on the latest Bears news and rumors. Andy Dalton, that's the big news of the day as he is heading to the Chicago Bears. YouTube.com/BearsNow for you folks watching on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Go subscribe. I keep you guys up to date on the latest Bears news and rumors over there. You can also follow me on Twitter at HGramNFL. We'll go ahead and welcome in the guy you've seen most of the day. That is Tom Downey. Tom, there's other news going on. I'm gonna leave it to you. You've been on top of it all day long. I've got to go catch up on some DMs from Bears fans and make sure they're not in as complete shambles as Raider Nation is.
Are they down bad?
It's bad.
They're down bad. I don't blame them. It's you. Russell Wilson's coming, and then you end up with Andy Dalton.
Brandon Robinson said so. So you know what are you gonna do? Jacoby Brissett news coming on your way. Tom Downey, he's gonna take it over.
On the latest on the – we'll do a reset here. No problem. There you go. Producer Brett failed. Everyone type in L in the chat for Producer Brett. Let's break down the Miami Dolphins news here. Jacoby Brissett is coming in as the backup quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. Now, we don't have the exact details yet on this contract, but Brissett is kind of coming home, by the way, from the Palm Beach area originally. He's agreed to a 1-year deal with the Miami Dolphins. Again, I want to emphasize those contract details are not yet known. It's going to come in less than what Andy Dalton just got from the Chicago Bears. It's going to come in less than what Jameis Winston got from the Saints. Maybe it comes in around $5 or $6 million, pure speculation on my part, but that's about what the going rate is for a good backup quarterback. And that is what Jacoby Brissett is. I truly believe he can be a high-end backup quarterback in today's NFL. Is he better than Tua? No, but we've seen him get opportunities across his NFL career. 2019 was the starter before some injury issues there. 61%, 18-6 interception ratio. His QBR, which ESPN does factor in some rushing ability, level of competition, a bit above average. He had a couple outlier really good games, and the rest was, not that great. For his career, after being I believe, day 2 pick out of NC State by the New England Patriots, 31 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He'd been fine. He is not a franchise caliber quarterback. And I truly believe the role he's going to have for Miami and the contract as well is going to reflect that. He's going to come in and be the backup to Tua Tagovailoa, which makes perfect sense for the Dolphins, given that they just lost, this guy named Ryan Fitzpatrick, who we'll get to here in a little bit. But give me your one-word reaction to Miami adding Jacoby Brissett. Just one word. You can't do multiple. I'm going to go with solid myself. I think it's reliable, somewhere along those lines. Safe if you want to. Sensible as another option there. This is not a Tua competition situation. This is a backup quarterback. And someone, by the way, who has some familiarity with Brian Flores from their time together with the New England Patriots. So as things sit right now for the Miami Dolphins at the quarterback depth chart, Tua obviously is quarterback number 1. Brissett then becomes quarterback 2, and cornerback 3 is Jake Rudock, Reed Center, whoever the hell that is. There's not really a good quarterback 3, but of your top 2 options, it's pretty straightforward for me. So I like this move by Miami. Get a reliable option in the backup quarterback role for this team. That is what Jacoby Brissett is going to do. If Tua gets hurt, if you want to bench him, which I don't recommend whatsoever, you can roll with Brissett, and he might be able to get you around 500. Probably not that much, but if you can have some reliability, some backup options, that is what Brissett brings. Going back home to Miami-ish area makes perfect sense for all parties involved. In large part because Miami just lost Ryan Fitzpatrick. He is heading, of course, to the Washington football team. A 1-year deal worth at least $10 million, could be worth up to $12 million. There's some incentives in there. In reality, I expect Fitzpatrick to be at least the front runner to start for the Washington football team, which makes sense, right? Because they had Kyle Allen and not a whole lot else, and Alex Smith was not very good this past year, and they've tried to roll with some other options, and it's just not going to work for Washington, right? So for Fitzpatrick to get a chance to start as he ages and is at the end of his NFL career, that made perfect sense. I bet you all of the money in my bank account, not that much, but I bet you that Jacoby Brissett's contract comes in less than Fitzpatrick. In fact, I bet comes in closer to the deal or half of the deal for Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm thinking like $5 or $6 million. So I'm happy for Fitz. He gets to go start somewhere in all reality, or at least likelihood, for the Washington football team. He gets to handle that role and gets to try and win the NFC's title with Washington, gets more than Miami was going to pay him and more playing time, and that makes sense for the Dolphins. Because barring some miraculous Deshaun Watson trade, this guy is your starter and your future. That is Tua Tagovailoa, the first-round pick by Miami last year. Was he inconsistent? Sure. Was he as good as Justin Herbert? No, not really. Is he still worthy of giving a year to and seeing if he can be your franchise quarterback? Of course he absolutely can. And frankly, I think that's a pretty realistic outcome for Tua. And this is a good move by Miami. You bring in Brissett, and it's very clear he's the backup. This is not someone Tua is looking over his shoulder at. It is someone who can probably add some insight and some recommendations and help develop him. Of course, your coaching staff does the majority of that. But Tua is still the guy for the Miami Dolphins. And that should not come as any major surprise for Miami. But going out and getting Jacoby Brissett brings them a backup option, gives them depth in case of the worst case outcome, i.e. injury. I like this move for Miami, even though we don't know the exact contract details. Keeping that in mind, I want you guys to grade this signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Feel free in the comments to use the plus or minus as well. I'm going to lean towards B right now because I think there is value in having a good backup quarterback, especially, unfortunately, with someone of Tua's injury history. So I like this move for Miami. I don't think it's going to break the bank, and it will give them a good, reliable option in the event they need to go that route. Frankly, I truly think that in the end, Brissett was one of the better backup quarterbacks out there. So I like that move a lot for the Miami Dolphins. Now, we're going to keep you guys covered on everything going on around the Dolphins from a news and rumors and free agency and draft perspective. So if you want to stay updated with what's going on around the Dolphins, hit that big red button. For those of you watching live on our main Chat Sports channel, head over to youtube.com/Dolphins News. All of our Dolphins coverage is available almost every single day, and it's 100% free as well. Again, the news here, Brissett to the Miami Dolphins. You see his stats in 2020. He did not play very much. Not a big deal. Phillip Rivers was the better quarterback for the Colts, and they paid him to be the starter, of course. He offers some running ability, more of a short yardage situation guy for Miami, which is kind of a weird package. But he brings them depth, and that's the end point I want to get across here. Brissett is a backup. This is not a Tua replacement, but he is going to provide depth at the quarterback position, the most important one in today's NFL. Now, for those of you still live, do me a favor, make sure you are subscribed. Again, link bottom of your screen, youtube.com/chatsportstv. We're about to call it for today's live video. One minor note, the Titans are going to go sign Janoris Jenkins. Okay, the Jackrabbit going to Tennessee. Don't know the details on that one yet, but we'll be live again tomorrow and multiple times throughout NFL free agency. So if you want to stay in the know, hit that big red button and subscribe today.